afternoon, everyone, and thank you for participating in this session called Working Tomorrow. Our way of looking at work changed due to the lockdown because of COVID, but more structurally, people's aspirations, including those of young people, is changing, looking for meaning, trying to find better work-life balance, looking for more freedom in the relationship with their employer. So very interesting questions that have not necessarily to have answers by companies or economists or civil society. So we're going to be talking about that today at the Rencontre Économique d'Aix with Thierry Derez, who is the CEO of Alexandre Fretti, who's the Director General of Malta. We're also remotely with Sergei Guriev, who's a renowned economist and was recently put at the head of Sciences Po research, and François Omril, who's the president of the CGC, and Laurent Blanchard, who's the director general of Cegid, they're specialized in software, management software. So to begin with, I'm going to ask Maya Bakash-Beauvalet, who's a professor at Télécom Paris and a member of the Cercle des Télécoms, and you will begin the debate. So working tomorrow, that's a real challenge as a roundtable discussion. To anticipate work in the future, we have to have a perspective on the future that's awaiting us. And in the last few years, all projects have been forbidden to us practically. So we're going to try to run this debate with you today, and it's my difficult task to ask questions that economists ask when they talk about work in the future. If we want to summarize the situation, there are 5 main questions that have occupied us for the last 10 years. And I'm not going to go into all 5 of them today in this very short time that I have, but I'll send you to the framework document that was presented in the plenary session. I'd like to develop a few points that will open the debate that will take place now. I'd like to begin with the phrase from Camus that is very timely today, which says, without work, life dies, but in a job without a soul, your life is put out. So you don't only need a job with what it provides, but there's a real demand today to have jobs with meaning, that motivate, with a social interest and with social integration. This is the debate that we're going to have between us this afternoon. There's the first challenge that economists have looked at on work in the future is the future situation without work. We're looking at a situation between capital and work, replacing people by digital tools and robots, by artificial intelligence. This debate is quite ripe, mature today. And we know that the substitution is not one against the other, but it certainly entails a modification in the tasks involved in each job. All of our jobs will be modified. We won't just have jobs that are being replaced, humans replaced by robots. And I'd like to talk about 2 very well-known research papers. One by Simuglu, one of the main economic researchers on this topic today, who has demonstrated that there's a negative effect of robotization on the general level of employment, but the effect is quite marginal still. There's other interesting work done by Philippe Aguillon and his co-authors. Philippe is with us today, and that indicate the opposite. There's a positive effect from robotization and digitalization. The positive effect comes from increased gains in competitiveness in the companies who are making the digital transformation, and in the end, it leads to a positive effect on employment in those companies. So that's the first general topic concerning the substitution of capital versus work in classic economic terms, or the digitalization of employment today. The second debate, also quite mature as a research topic, we talk about the polarization of the labor market. How does digital impact employment amongst workers It's unequal, and some authors say that technical progress is often biased. It's biased in favor of people who have the competency, who have the training, qualification to take ownership of the technical innovations. So digital is going to be profitable to those who have the skills to understand it. What is new in the digital world that we didn't anticipate that is a real revolution is the polarization. Digital will also serve will serve the qualified amongst us and will lead to a polarization of the labor market. On one hand, we'll have very qualified, well-paid people. On the other hand, we'll have unqualified people who are not well paid at all, but who have a job. And the losers of this polarization is the middle class. In the middle class, it goes beyond just economics, but the middle class is the basis of our social democracies. So this can explain some of the political challenges that we're observing today because of this economic and political polarization. I'll conclude on these two traditional points to talk about more timely points for our discussion. Firstly, the development of work on digital platforms. This is going to be an important topic this afternoon. Is the work on platforms dequalified? Is it piecemeal work, or is it liberating work? For work in the future, we're going to talk a lot about remote working. We've all experienced this, and things have radically changed with COVID on the consequences of remote working, but also for the people who benefit from remote working. There's an extreme inequality amongst employees, those that benefit from remote working and those who suffer from it because of deintegration. And my last point, and I'll finish with that, the most important and worrisome point of what's going on today, and what's announced for the future is what we've called the Great Resignation. People, qualified people, white-collared workers in their 30s and 40s who are withdrawing from the labor market, looking for more meaning, looking for motivation, or simply looking for a change of life. Does COVID explain this on its own? I don't think so. I think this movement had started prior to COVID, but certainly COVID has boosted it. I know I went very quickly, but I'm now going to hand the floor to our four speakers who will give a more operational and practical point of view on the points that I just laid out. Thank you, Maya Bakash-Beauvalet. The debate is now going to begin, and we'll start with you, Thierry Derez. How do you observe these evolutions today? What can you say about the value of work? Firstly, hello, everyone. Thank you for dealing with the rigors of the weather to assist or to participate in this debate. Let me remind you of a few notions, a few ideas. We don't want to work. The research that we've been carrying out for centuries now shows that people want to work as little as possible. We're having a break. If I go back to the work of Marshall Salins, firstly, we had the hunter-gatherer populations. They did what they could. But when we look at the time spent on work by these populations, it represented 2 to 3 hours per day. That's what we all dream of. There are constraints, of course. You have to accept to move around. You have to accept the moving with the seasons, moving with animals. And most of humanity then became sedentary. And as of that point, we always tried to see how we could avoid working. The first discovery allowing people not to work was slavery. We remember very ancient societies in Greece and Rome, where those who left us their testimony are those who were not working. Those who were really working, we can't hear their voices. We can't read what they think because their ability to express themselves was non-existent. And only those who were lucky enough not to work could leave a trace of their lives that we can use. So this is a long approach that consists in not wanting to work, and you'll see where I'm heading to. Perhaps the questions that we're dealing with today, because of the crises that you spoke about, are questions that are quite old ones, traditional, where we have to just imagine new answers. For example, will robots and artificial intelligence be our new slaves? Will they be able to replace an important part of our production force to allow more and more people not to work? That's an ideal. Why not? What we see today through our aspiration to have to live different things at different time, balance between work life and personal life, the appearance a few centuries ago of the value of work. All of this is being challenged today. It's being challenged based on questions that come from anxiety. These questions are very anxious ones because we live in a period of the history of humanity in which there are lots of threats that are being proposed to us. There's the nuclear threat. We can destroy ourselves. There's the climate threat and the traditional threats such as war, famine, problems in supply, hunger, thirst, etc. We have all seen, unfortunately, that hunger in the world is progressing, while for 40 or 50 years, the number of people suffering from malnutrition had gone down significantly. So it's on the basis of all of these questions that we're being asked, how are we going to work? Why do we work? And will we have new possibilities, new means? As Aristotle said, the goal of a society is to be happy, is happiness. What we should be looking for is happiness. Aristotle was right, doubtless. How can we reach this happiness? How can we best negotiate our capacities? I thought you were going to continue. Thank you. That's a very good beginning. I was just a little surprised. Let's continue with you. Alexandre Fretti from Malte, the group with a different viewpoint. We're going to ask you how you develop this company culture. It's the question of the time with the development of remote working, with more and more freelance workers. When we were preparing this discussion, you saw that there was an increasing demand from your customers in support functions. They're looking for outside employees. So how do we recreate this link in the context? I'm not going to go back up to hunting and gathering, but if we go back to the beginning of the 20th century, before the Industrial Revolution, workers were called dailies. They carried out tasks in exchange for pay, and the pay was on a day scale. That they were the ancestors of freelancers. And what's quite funny in the story of slavery is that employment was pushed by employers who wanted more reliable workers, and the future employees were worried that they would be forced into slavery. So this is an interesting viewpoint, because today we're living in a world of really wages as salaried employees. There are more freelance workers, but 80% of workers are still salaried employees in France. And for the 3-5 years now, the model has been challenged. What we've lived through, being in contact with freelancers and our employees, we have 500 employees at Malte. We don't believe in a full team of freelancers. People are looking for meaning. People are looking to work less. They want to have 4-day week in our company. But nevertheless, if we look at this, if we stand back a bit, we realize that we've entered into a world of the employee consumer. An employee has rights and duties, and when we employ freelancers, the freelancers become more autonomous. So some employees, they have the right to do some remote working, to take holidays at certain times. There are certain things that are given to me individually that were not given to me in the past. Nevertheless, for some people, that's not enough, and they move on to freelancers to be fully independent. So how do you create company culture in this? We're convinced we need salaried employees. It's thanks to salaried employees that we have a deep knowledge of the company, that we can engage in the long term and embody the company culture, and that's key. And these debates on remote working seem fundamental. We see today that there are company models that are developing on 100%. You can work wherever you are across the world. Some retrograde companies, you saw Elon Musk's tweet, who wanted to reduce his headcount and asked everyone to come back to the on-site. The world is a hybrid world now, and the companies that succeed are the ones who can manage individual desires and the interest of the collective. And for remote working as such, it's an improvement of individual performance, but it's not always an increase in collective performance. It increases individual efficiency. So I think the hybrid model is going to work in the future. Freelancers work like companies of the future. Freelancers already had these debates that we're having now. We've discovering that employees now want to work differently, and freelancers were already working in a hybrid model. Many of them like to work on their customers' sites, really enjoy it. So this model is very interesting. And when you run a company, I have employees who want to go too far in the autonomy, and I say, put yourself in my shoes. What's the interest? What's the return on investment of having someone who I never see, who has a distant link with the company, who wants a lot of personal advantages but no real duties towards the company? And I compare that with a freelance who's going to be more committed to the company with a real mission. And that question is being asked. It's not obvious for the employee, the freelancer, or the head of the company. Thank you for that comment. We're online with Sergei Guriev, whom I presented earlier, an economist, head of research at Sciences Po. I think you have an audio connection. Can you hear me?
Merci beaucoup. On va parler avec vous des métamorphoses.
We're going to talk about how work is changing, the metamorphosis of work. And is there a before and after COVID for you? And if yes, and how is this working?
Yes, thank you very much. And indeed, Maya, Thierry, and Alexander already laid the ground for what's going on right now, what's happened before. And I fully agree with Maya that there are major factors that drive job polarization related to globalization, automation, the rise of precarious jobs. And before COVID, we thought that these are major challenges for our society. And we thought about the need for reskilling, upskilling, providing continuous education. But we also thought about universal basic income. And COVID has taught us a lot, because COVID has become a very important natural experiment that we didn't expect, we didn't prepare for, and we learned a lot during COVID. So what has changed and what will remain the same after the COVID? The one thing which we clearly see is that labor market polarization will not disappear. It is driven by factors which are factors that I mentioned and then Maya described so well, that are here to stay, and therefore the labor market polarization, the growth and inequality will not disappear. If anything, we saw how during COVID, people with skills, highly skilled people, people with university degrees, have been doing relatively well, while people with lower education actually suffered both in terms of health and also in terms of their access to economic opportunities. And in that sense, COVID just reinforced the inequality that we were talking about. Now, a lot of people would say virus doesn't understand whether a person is rich or poor. So the virus should be the great equalizer, great leveler, but that's not what we observe. Yes, viruses don't treat people differently, but people can protect themselves in a differential way. Richer people, better educated people could continue working from home. They had bigger houses, better internet connections. And in that sense, COVID just re-emphasized how important it is for us to think about labor market polarization and inequality. Now, another great experiment was that many countries, unlike 10 years ago during the Euro crisis, this time around, many countries were extremely generous with their fiscal support. And in essence, many countries essentially trialed UBI, universal basic income. In many countries, people who sat at home were paid to sit at home because we wanted to slow down the spread of the virus. So we actually just paid money to people who didn't work, and we told them, don't go to work.
Monsieur Gouriev, pardon de vous interrompre. Je suis désolée. Excusez-moi, vous m'entendez, monsieur?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Guriev. Can you hear us? I'm sorry to interrupt you. The connection's not very fluid, and it's not very easy for us to understand. I'm very sorry about that. Maybe we can improve our connection with you. It was very difficult to understand what you were saying, and people in the room are nodding, agreeing. So hopefully we can get a better connection with you, and we can come back to you. We apologize for this interruption, but it was very difficult to hear you and understand what you were saying. We'll try to improve the connection and get back to you. Mr. Omril, who's the president of the CFE, CGC, the president of the executives unions. So what do you observe in terms of changes in companies to the consumer employee? Does this speak to you, or would you say that it's a logical evolution? Thank you for your invitation. I'd like to say two things. Firstly, it's obvious that today what we can call is the balance of power has changed. I'll give you a very well-known example. Today, in a job interview, people who recruit, they'll all tell you this. 10 years ago, I was interviewing people I wanted to hire. Now, I'm being interviewed by potential employees. And this indicates a change, a movement that's not going to change in the coming months or years. To decode this, I'd like to talk about something that we forgot quickly. It's quite old, but talking about an employee's attachment to their job, what's employment that a person has to the company that they're working for. If we go back to the post-war period, what we were calling paternalism, what was that exactly? It's in big companies that wanted to grow and develop technologies and to invent. They wanted to have motivated employees to be able to develop them along with the company. And that's why in these big companies in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, what did we do? In the branch negotiations, we negotiated for seniority bonuses. Why a seniority bonus? So that people would want to stay in the company, so that after 2 to 3 years, they wouldn't want to go and work in another company saying, this is what I learned in such and such company. I'm better, so I'm going to work for you, but I want to be paid better. That's why you got this seniority bonus. There was also housing assistance in some companies that I worked in. Almost all of the staff was housed. That was an advantage linked to the contract. It was also a way of having a captive market of employees and keeping them in the company. What was under all of this, a person who joined the company, they want to improve, to progress. Not everyone wants to, but it's a natural desire to want to move up the ladder during your career with a diploma or without. You still want to evolve in your career, change categories, become an executive. Why not? This is a career project of one of personal investment, and it's in the grouping of these individual projects and the desire to progress that we allow a company to progress. There's no logic beyond this one. And if we don't bring together this individual will within a company in which there's a return on the collective effort, we will defragment companies. And it seems to me that today we're seeing two things. we're seeing a period that's lasted from the end of the 1980s, 90s, where in the fragmented discourse of companies, they're saying the company wants to optimize their results and costs, but we didn't talk about individuals and what they were contributing to companies, their experiences over the long moment, over the long time, informal relationships between people, social contacts, social interactions. This was necessary. For 2 years, people had to work remotely, but we realize how important it is. This is what creates the value of a company. And in the message, in the discourse for 20 years, this was all minimized. And over time, people became aware of this. And the younger generations who are joining the workforce now, they're the children of a generation that's between 50 and 60 years old that have been through that whole period from the early 90s until today, with company restructuring, the redundancy schemes, and all of the consequences of that. And they hear about this at home, on the radio, and people are talking about it. Now they're joining the labor market, and they're saying, why do I want to invest in a company like this who will probably not to give me much in return in terms of strategy, in terms of visibility for my career? And so I kind of agree with them. On the other hand, that's not without risk, because there is a give-give relationship. What the company can give to someone corresponds to what they're prepared to give back. And you can't just take everything for yourself, work for yourself. I agree with what you had said. I remember when I was 20 years old, people who were doing bibliography were not the most interesting people, but they were doing a very useful job. And I think that all jobs are useful, and experience is vital in order to get the collective to move forward, to progress, and to provide one's own progress to collective progress. But you can't do this alone. Experience is generated by contact with others, by working with others. The coffee break, the little advice that you'll get from an older colleague that you wouldn't have gotten elsewhere.
I think that, Laurent Blanchard, you will be able to concur with what has been said. You want to focus on meaning when people work. So within companies, employees should be able to find some meaning with their work. And most of the time, employees and salaried workers are less committed. Whether you are referring to a new or a future model. So according to a yardstick, why do I work in a company? So from the 17th place to the 3rd place, just behind wage conditions and working conditions. According to a survey, 40% of young people were eager to leave a company in the first year. So the quest for meaning is pivotal, and the quest for meaning in the company, we managers, we are like hands in front of a knife. So what do we do? A lot of work has been done on corporate social responsibility, and some companies have decided to embrace the topic. Others have paid lip service. But at the end of the day, what am I going to do? Am I going to integrate that concept into the business model? So we need to embark upon an in-depth transformation. We talk about CSR, ESG. So the societal, environmental dimensions should be included in the purpose of a company. It's not complex because it's a matter of measurement. At the end of the day, a company has to perform. So how do we change things? So there are new positions. The chief impact officers, this is a new position. These people will be working with management, and they will support management, in-depth management. So the quest for a meaning meaning is clear. Then managers, what should they be doing? I'm not going to revisit all the managerial models that we're familiar with, but we became managers because it was the only way for people to develop themselves. It is either you take it or you leave the company. So regarding the quest for meaning, we need to revisit that question. Do I want to be a manager? And if I want to be a manager, am I ready to do what is fundamental? I mean, to work on myself. For example, you have a manager who will call the shots, and it will put the pressure upon you. So that's really bad. And you have younger people and who are affected by that. So the employees will leave a company because of a poor relationship with their managers. So what is fundamental here is the fact that when you want to be a manager, you want to work on yourself, and then you need to decipher the weak signals in a company. As part of the remote working process, people worked with teams from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So how can you feel that an employee is doing a good job? This is what I would call a management ecology, i.e. To have a personal tense, to keep abreast of people, to listen to people. So when you take decisions, you have to be swift. But from time to time, you need to take a step back, and you need to keep abreast of people. You need to listen to people. So allow me to echo what you said, Mr. Blanchard. I read a survey by a mental health organization. 43% of managers are feel tired, and they are depressed. And 1/3 of the executives wish they haven't been promoted. Is it something that you've noticed? A lack of commitment? Thierry Derez, what do you think of that? A lack of commitment now from managers? I do concur with what has been said, i.e. with remote working, it's very difficult to convey the corporate culture. It's impossible. So when you think that you can disseminate a corporate culture, that's not possible. A company should be imbued with a culture. Diversity is very often highlighted. But I think that we need to foster it, to encourage it in companies. So we need to admit, and this was confirmed during the COVID crisis. So we have to admit that it is impossible to convey this culture, this corporate culture, through modern communication means. There's a sense of impairment, and people will feel increasingly useless. Young candidates will feel in disarray. So there's a reversal of positions. For example, I offer a job, the candidate should make a positive impact, and this is a paradigm shift now. And this is not possible with remote working. The company cannot work with working alone. François Omril. It's very simple. Have a look at the cooking book and the chef, the 3-star chefs. I mean, I will give you an example, and you will understand the issue of remote working. When you are offered a cooking book at Christmas and there are some great cakes, so you can try to make those cakes, but it will be a daunting challenge. But in all jobs, in all professions, that's the case. In all jobs and professions, I mean, there's an excellent way of doing things. And of course, it's a learning curve. It's a learning process. So learning is not only a matter of school status. I mean, you are still learning when you work. So in all the French restaurants, imagine there were pastry chefs and chefs who learned to make cakes by watching tutorials on YouTube, you wouldn't get good cakes. And the same applies to companies. And I think that it's an issue that will continue in the long haul. But is it inexorable or not? I mean, do you think that we can backtrack? I haven't said that it was inexorable. We need to strike a balance. That's important. And you have to take into account the aspirations of young people, because young people are at stake, and we'll have to build this fresh equilibrium. Back to the example of a cooking book. We cannot imagine transmitting, conveying a culture, but we are primates, and we learn by imitating. So that's the way we learn in most cases. So if we are deprived of this ability to imitate, we won't learn much. So I think that our standards will be eroded progressively. So our standards, our levels will be impaired. And I don't think that it bodes well for the future in the light of the challenges that we have to take up. Allow me to chip in following what you've said. Problems for managers. If you want to be a manager, it's a colossal challenge. You have young people, young generations who will explain to you that there's some inconsistency between private life and professional life. And I can tell you that I've experienced that situation because I grew up in this managerial environment. So it's not possible to sort out this problem. So we need to help and support the managers. And if they need to pause, they should be able to pause, and they need to be supported when it comes to managing these kinds of relationships, because what is important is to understand the situation. There is nothing worse than not being able to understand the situation. So we need to understand the underpinnings. For example, a manager will ask for help, and this is something that people don't accept. A manager needs help, especially when I have a problem with my employees in terms of commitment. This is what is at stake. Alexander Fréty, you wanted to chip in. So it's a kind of panel discussion that it's a bit conservative because we see eye to eye on the issue, but we the initial question was about the role of managers regarding commitments. I think that people should be well trained. Managers should be well trained. And the bottom line is that managerial courage is not well conveyed. So the manager is between the devil and the deep blue sea. You have a company eager to get some performances, and you have employees, they leave and they go to another company and they will leave a boss. So the middle managers are at a loss. You have this notion of managerial courage. When you recruit a manager, you need a courage, heart, skills, and competencies. So it's very easy to decipher and to spot skills, but to spot the heart of people is much more difficult. I think that we have 15 minutes ahead of us. So I think that I will give you the floor, you in the audience. So go ahead. I mean, is it possible to give him or her a mic? So a mic, is there a roving mic? Or maybe the Q&A session is a bit premature now? So Mike, is it possible to give a mic? So thank you for your observations. I'm one of the old guard, and I left the corporate world 15 years ago. At that time, people were talking about predictive management of skills and jobs. And then the companies were tasked to prepare this moment to train people. I think that artificial intelligence will undermine jobs in the banking sector, in the automotive sector. So what can you tell us? What is your take on that, please? François Omril, you seem to be very inspired. So the more we speak about it, the less we do. This is my hunch. I'm 60 years of age. So I've experienced many developments and evolutions. So people have been talking about predictive management of skills and jobs, but it is not really forthcoming. In some companies, I mean, GPEC, predictive management of skills and companies, was a process, and people were supported, but it implies a cost. You need to anticipate, and many businesses and companies have a stance, but they don't turn words into deeds. But that's a problem. It's a problem of economic competitiveness. We talked about experience. What is important is to garner experience, and there will be economic competitiveness, and I'm worried for the years to come. If you consider the current conditions, I mean, people feel less committed to a company, and it means that people will have fewer skills and competencies, and they will be less attached to a company. They won't relate to the company, and there will be a loss of competitiveness. So competitiveness doesn't boil down only to the income statement, but what is also important is the ability of workers through their commitment to the corporate project that will imply that the company will be able to move ahead and to develop itself. Maya, the impact of digitalization covers many sectors. Some sectors are more impacted than others, but digitalization will have an impact on many jobs and professions, especially routine tasks within each profession. So that's where the shoe pinches. So, of course, it's not a matter of focusing on the job level. What is important is to take into account digitalization, how digitalization will impact jobs and tasks. So does the digital industry destroy jobs? But I think that there's no issue, because we have digital technologies and they will fast-track transformation. But conversely, you have digital technologies, but what do they do? You've talked about artificial intelligence. So digital technologies will automate specialized, so-called specialized activities. Let's take the example of algorithms. So we provide solutions for accountants, so that invoice digitalization is automated. Are we going to destroy jobs? Yes, potentially, but we will enable some people, some workers, to provide a genuine, full-fledged service to customers. So the digital technology will unleash human potential, and basically workers and employees will focus on more general matters. Thierry Dress, of course, I do understand what you said. And it is in line with your question, sir. You have to consider inequalities. So when we say that digital technologies will help these professions, the accountants, the doctors, the bankers, or the car manufacturers, i.e. value will be more important in terms of business activities. Of course, this will have an impact. But what about the others? The others will be left on the sidelines. But I think that we have to wake up to the fact. People have said digital technologies are great. We have to be careful with that. When you introduced the topic, you briefly talked about the importance, relevance of the middle class. Middle classes are the lifeblood of a democracy. A democracy without a middle class is in a predicament. The days will be numbered. So I'm not quite sure that digital technologies will foster the emergence, the development of a middle class. So what is at stake here is not simply economic challenges. It's not simply a matter of getting a good income statement. I mean, these are overall challenges for a society as a whole. If you consider the automotive industry, to make an electrical engine, you need 2 workers. In order to repair a thermal car with hundreds and hundreds of parts, you need a lot of specialties. You need time, and to repair an electrical vehicle, I mean, you need to change the battery, that's all. So I think that I've summed it all. So, Arnaud Bangloff, IKEA. So you talked about moderating regarding remote working, hybridization, but what about work organization? So hybridization, is it organized? I mean, we've noticed that there are some limitations to that. People are talking about working time and the square meters that you will occupy. So with remote working, there are some assets, but there are some limitations as well. So we need to come up with a moderate hybridization. So what is your take on that? So how do you organize work as leaders, as corporate leaders? But there are some jobs that are not tailored to remote working. So what do you think of that? We've made a choice. We have 500 workers. The average age is 30, so there's a high pressure. People want to work remotely. But of course, we provide some guidelines. We don't impose anything. So 3 days at work or 2 days at home. So if you are a developer, your added value will be reduced, especially if you are a developer. And how do we make sure that people come to the office for 3 days? You have to think about managerial exemplarity. So we are strong believers. We are convinced that people should come to the office, and we are convinced about that, because when you hire somebody who is 23, 24, 25, these young people, they want to be trained, and they want to go to the office by watching the other colleagues. And you have some people who prefer remote working because they have 6 or 7 years of experience, and for them it's not necessary to go to work. When you have a top manager who organizes a meeting next to the beach, it's very difficult to make sure that there's a sense of appropriation by people. So when I joined my company, had my traditional background, I said 3 days at the office and 2 days at home. But we were on a collision course. The head office is at Rue Saint-Denis in Paris, and it was full of employees. So people are very happy to get back to work, to get back to the office, and it's complex if it's a constraint. So Thierry Derez, do you share that observation? Yes, but allow me to qualify. So the average age is 43 in our company. So I think that regarding this topic, we are not as smart as you are, but there are some employees who can work remotely, but there are some people who cannot do some remote working. And for us, 25% of people can do remote working. So we've managed to strike a balance. So 3 days at the office and 2 days at home. But there's a nuance, but it depends on the age average of people. So we said it's not good to work remotely on Monday and on Friday. I haven't understood why, but I will turn to my HR manager. Why these 2 days have been ruled out instead of being promoted? That's weird. So, Arno, to answer your question, I think that we are just at the start of the remote working in terms of impact on work organization. So 2 days of remote working a week, but there are rules that are very difficult to apply. I mean, stop organizing meetings in Zoom meetings in different rooms. So try to use the traditional ways of working, i.e., make sure that people have a cup of coffee together. And I think that people manage the company according to the results. So do you agree with that? Yes, I do. But after the war in the United States, in IT&T, a communication company, there was one of the biggest strikes when the switchboard operating procedures were automated. So it was one of the biggest strike in the US. And in the 2000 an academic has computed the number of phone flows that would be necessary, and he said that twice the population of the United States. Maya, maybe you would like to conclude? Yes, I will conclude. So thank you for these debates. Very fruitful debates and discussions. I mean, there are a few avenues for politicians. So the end of salaried work. So if it were to be the end of salaried work, so basically we won't be back to the daily workers. I mean, daily workers who are not integrated and where there is no social dialogue. And France has decided to focus on this new status. Platform workers, are they salaried workers? Are we going to create a specific status? No. And I think that France has embarked upon a specific avenue to create rights for some platform workers. So there were some elections for representatives of private taxi drivers. So how do we transform rights? This is what is at stake. There's a second point that is pivotal. Why is it the end of salaried work? In economics, you have a firm, you have a market, and we pit the firm against the market, and people will join a company for the corporate culture. It's a matter of identity. So if you don't have a corporate identity, so what about political identity within communities? And last point, what about the school system? How do we train? Who do we train? If we don't train people for the labor world. So accomplishment is important. And back to Aristotle, work through accomplishment and through personal development. Thank you for your insights. Thanks a lot.
Bonjour à tous, bienvenue pour cette...
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this session where we're going to talk about how we can achieve full employment. So please take your seats. We'll take time for questions later, so don't hesitate. If you have questions, prepare them and ask them. We have a fabulous panel with us, and we're lucky to have on this panel Elena Sankamedi, who's a member of the Cercle des Économistes, a teacher at the Paris School of Economics, and a researcher at the CNRS. Beside you, we have Olivier Dussopt, who is the Minister of Employment, Work, and Professional Integration. Thank you for your presence here. Beside you, Jean-François Copé, who's the former Minister of Budget, the Mayor of the city of Meaux. Roumiak, who's the president of Manpower France. We have Tarek Sherif, who's the president of Connect, Employers Association of companies in Tunisia. And beside me, Inigo Fernandez de Meza, who's the president of the Institutos Económicos. Sorry for my poor Spanish. So we'll begin with you, Elena. I just wanted to say a few words to give an overview of what full employment constitutes and what are the challenges in reaching full employment that is durable. So according to economics textbooks, full employment is defined as frictional unemployment, unemployment for a short period, just the time it takes to find a new job that fits with their profile. However, if we talk about the International Labor Office, that we focus on the labor rate. So there's a very low unemployment rate that will correspond to a situation of full employment, and that reference unemployment rate can vary from one country to the next. We'll be looking at the historic series of unemployment in each country in order to deduce what is the reference unemployment level to say that we're in a situation of full employment. For France, it can be the current situation, 7 or 8% of unemployment, which corresponds to full employment in France. Having said that, we're not focusing on the composition of unemployment, but on the level of unemployment. Then we can look at this from the standpoint of demand for labor, demand from companies, and we could say that a situation of full employment is a situation in which companies have difficulty in recruiting. That is symptomatic of the fact that everyone is already at work. Of course, this is not a situation of sustainable full employment. There are other definitions of full employment that exist, but for me, it's a labor market that's fluid, dynamic, where there's a good fit between the profiles that are being sought by companies and the skills that the job seekers have. And I think that there's still a lot of work to be done on this across the world, because companies and societies are changing. We've been through several years of COVID, remote working. Will remote working make it possible to boost employment markets? Right now, there are huge difficulties in recruiting for most companies. And the challenges are what to do about long-term people in unemployment. How can we support them? How can we work with them? How can we bring them back to employment? And the risks, we need to look at the risks of long-term unemployment, a risk of just doing little jobs here and there. How can we ensure that we can improve this and improve the competitiveness of teaching, improve the connections between schools, training, and companies? A lot more communication on both sides, because it's also up to the companies to understand what young people are looking for today, what jobs are most appealing. And now I'll hand the floor over to the panel, but the last segment is the segmentation of the labor market. In order to reach sustainable full employment, we have to have a dynamic, mobile labor market. The jobs cannot just be in one single place and the unemployed elsewhere with no mobility. Is remote working an answer to this? It could be at a certain level, And there are lots of other challenges to take up, and I'll now hand the floor over to the panel members. So let's continue. We'll hear from all of you on this question of full employment, and then you can participate in the audience. There are two ways. Either you send your questions up on the website, or there'll be a roving microphone, a more traditional way of taking questions. So Minister, you've just arrived, so we would like to hear from you. We know that reaching full employment is an objective that's not necessarily easy to reach. Yes, hello everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you. I've just arrived, as you said. I took my functions on a few weeks ago, and I wanted to start with the first comment that concerns the title of this session today and the ministry that I'm in charge of. Today we're talking about moving to full employment, and when the President of the Republic and the Prime Minister named Minister for Work, they named me as not a minister for employment, but a minister for full employment. So that is an indication of the period in which we're living in 10 or 15 years ago. Just talking about full employment seemed completely unattainable. And today we're in an economic situation, despite uncertainty, despite the geopolitical context that is characterized by a decrease in unemployment rates that's continued over several years. We're at 7.3%, and this could be considered as structural unemployment in France. So this prospect of full employment now seems possible. It's our first answer, a first objective. 7% is a figure that satisfies you? No. We're at 7.3. We would like it to be lower. We were at 9 a few years ago. So we have to show the progress that we have been making. I would like to add two things. Full employment exists elsewhere if it doesn't exist in France, and the examples in Scandinavia have inspired a lot of policies, not only in this 5-year term, but in previous ones. We tried to make the labor market more agile and make it more secure in that it's more predictable. We have measures to set up pay scales for employees. There's been a revolution in terms of the law also, because we've progressively gone from a situation where we protect jobs to a situation where we protect people. We're giving rights to people, and this is the case of the personal training account, which is an additional stage in employment. And we also have the possibility of giving people rights at the scale of a career and not just rights in terms of the job that they're currently occupying. Then this will help them secure their career. The full employment objective is not just a political objective or a pipe dream that says that the political measure is based on full employment. It's a need. If we want to maintain our current social model, if we want to maintain the protections that French people have, we've seen how important they are in the last 2 years, and they're important to get the economy back up and running. We need to bring in more revenue and avoid non-necessary expenditures. When we talk about unemployment and remaining unemployment, we're talking of several hundred million euros a year. If we reduce unemployment, we can finance social aid, bring down our deficits, and eliminate expenses to accompany people back to work, and not just focusing on employment. So to add to what you were saying, the objective of full employment is a good thing, but we have to measure it in terms of the rate of activity through the situation that recovery situation that we're experiencing today. We're seeing people coming back to the labor market, but other people who are not coming back at all. Yes, there's a shortage of labor today, but that explains why there is a shortage of labor. We have an employment rate today that's 68%. It's the highest since 1970. And even for the 15 to 25, we were at 34% employment in a period of life where they're often in training. And this is 3 points more than in 99. So we are bringing people back to employment. But before we bring them back to employment, we have to show that we can come back to activity. There are several priorities. The first priority, that's an operational one, is continuing to professionalize teaching and develop professional teaching in the widest sense. This requires the reform of the professional education that we're going to attack with my new delegate minister, Carole Grandjean, with the a new organization in the government. This is the first time that professional education, the professional high schools, have been managed by two ministries. The Ministry of National Education, but also the Ministry of Labor, because the President considers that the success of our reform of professional education won't succeed if we don't get the labor market involved. So for all of the heads of companies, there's more participation in governance, including in the definition of the teaching programs in the professional high schools throughout France. We also want to develop apprenticeships. I won't come back to that topic, though. The second priority is to work more, even to meet economic needs and development needs. I will be backing a reform of of pensions that people are waiting for. So what does it mean to work more collectively, more in a lifetime, more in a society? Thirdly, we want to bring people back to employment. We want to reform one of our minimum wage requirements to bring people back to employment, making the system a bit harder if there's a conditionality of access to rights. And there's also a priority that's more focused on mediation more than action. It is working with our social partners, and that's the appeal of jobs in a period where it's hard to recruit people, and everyone has been saying this, the work conditions and the conditions of life in the workplace is a part of the acceptance of recruitment and the quality of work in different sectors. There's a lot of work to be done on this, and we're going to work with our social partners on this question. Thank you, Minister, and we'll continue with you, Jean-François Copé.
Votre vision à vous du plein emploi, vous aurez sûrement le...
So what's your vision of full employment? I'm sure you'll be able to comment on the minister's proposal, but we'd like to hear your vision. I found what Olivier Dussopt said is very interesting. We don't have a lot of good news right now, let's be honest about that, but in the good news we have, there is the fact that the President of the Republic and the Prime Minister named a former budget minister as the Minister of Labor and Full Employment. That's excellent news. I did play this role. We talked about this before the session started. When you're in charge of the budget, you're constantly asking the other ministers who are spending money to assess the results of their expenditures. So the prospect that Olivier Dussopt can say to his departments, okay, when we're using public money to help employment, we need to verify how many jobs we've actually created. This is going to be a paradigm change, an important one. And then I'd add a second element. The result of this, the first 5 years of Macron's presidency was good in terms of employment. We can't hide that on these topics where we're crying about everything that goes wrong. The results obtained thanks to the Macron ordinances, which are liberal in terms of economics. We did what should be done in a modern economy. We lightened up conditions to access employment. We lightened up hiring conditions. We dropped in as much as possible fiscal and social constraints, and all of that is good news. But today, given that all of this has been done with public financing, we're in a situation, it's a historic choice with full employment, because the theory of full employment, as you said earlier, Madam, is a theory that dates back to the period prior to where unemployment help was to just help people get over a few months of unemployment. Now there's structural assistance. People are often losing money if they go back to work. So they want to continue to be collecting unemployment. This is a huge problem in France. Nobody wants to talk about it. Other countries in Europe look at us wide-eyed saying, that's amazing. French people are not happy when they have a unique social protection system in the world. Not one single French person paid for a vaccine or a test. And everyone thinks that we're really unhappy in France. People have lost sight of reality because they haven't been able to put this into perspective. As Olivier Dussopt said, there's a historic choice for the government now. The LR party decided not to participate in the government, but you have decisions to make in the government, heavy decisions, given the context where you don't have a budgetary margin anymore because inflation is back and interest rates will go up, and we have an impossible budget equation. Or, sorry, this is the ambiance, but we're going to continue to be writing checks without any countermeasures. We won't be able to pay. We've seen this with increases in social minimum wages and measures to increase purchasing power. I don't see how we can continue that way. Or there's another approach that I think should be adopted, and as soon as possible. As Olivier Dussopt said, we need to be honest with French people and say, yes, of course, we're going to preserve some assistance because the most modest people should not suffer. We need to work with them. But there's a counterpart to this. We need to restructure the economy, and if we don't do this, we will only sit at home and cry about the fact that it was not possible. So we talked about apprenticeship. We've talked about work-study programs. There are lots of people who come to see me saying we need a work-study program. Nobody is proposing it in our system. I'm going to lose a year of study. We also need to relax the working hours. If there's inflation and we increase salaries, we're going to have to produce more. Otherwise, we're going to create a poverty trap with this inflationist spiral, and we're going to have to eliminate wasteful public spending. There's an expert at this panel with us. If we don't do it, we will have the worst equations when all of the European countries are going to put their ships in a row, including the Germans. And we have to make a historic choice now, not in the coming years, but in the coming weeks, because afterwards it will be too late. Thank you, Mr. Copé. Alain Roumillac, we'd like to hear from you as the president of Manpower. You're really at the forefront. You see what's going on on the ground. Can you explain how you see things today? Hello, everyone. We send 100,000 workers to thousands of clients every day, and often people are recruited with full-time contracts. There are lots of companies who don't find the skills that they require and who are sometimes see their business activity slowed because they're missing employment, so they have to bring their business activity down. There are people who are looking for jobs, but there are two categories. As Jean-François Copé said, some people say it's better that I keep my government subsidies than work. It's better to work part-time than full-time because I will still get benefits. It's up to the public to decide if this is acceptable and whether work should pay more than subsidies do. Then there's a second category of people. If you don't support these people, if you don't help them, they're incapable, and you have to recognize this. Our system, our society means that they're incapable of navigating, of finding their path. They don't know what sector to turn to. They don't know how to get training. There are many actors in the field of employment. There's France Travail, who tries to simplify the access to employment for everyone. These people, we need to support them. We need to help them so that they can join a work project. We need to train them, not just with hard skills. We also need to train them in terms of behavior and soft skills and basic topics such as going to work every day, because they don't have those basics. So that's the work that we need to do with everyone, and I'm convinced between the private and public actors, we need to work together in order to do this. And if we want to meet demand, the demand of companies, we're going to have to be able to find these people, to bring them back into the labor market. There's an economic and social need for this. We decided to invest in this topic. And today we're announcing the acquisition of a company of 450 people working in the public sector of employment to bring people back out of difficulty and into employment. And we hope that with our teams, we'll be able to reposition them in our customers and accelerate the movement to really bring people back to employment who are distant from it. And if we can't all support them together, it's not because we tighten the grip on the financial aspects, that they will find their path. That's not going to work. Thank you, Mr. Roumiac.
Tariq, let's move on. You have your own insight into the situation in Tunisia. Are you coping with the same problems and difficulties, and what would be your solutions? Thank you for giving me the floor. In Tunisia, we are facing the same problems and issues, but there's a slight difference. We went through COVID. After COVID, people's attitudes and behaviors have changed, and people want to work differently. In some sectors, there's a shortage of staff, a shortage of employees, and this is a situation that is experienced by France, especially in the health sector. In the health sector, there's a shortage of people, and these people have migrated to Europe, and they haven't changed jobs in Tunisia, so they decided to migrate to Europe. So there's a difference between the European countries and the Mediterranean countries. Of course, that it's necessary to train people regarding jobs, primary jobs, so people can find a job in the primary sector. But with regard to executives, there's a shortage of executives, there's a lack of investments, and not too many companies hire these executives. And I think that we'll have the opportunity to talk about cooperation. Some cooperation should be nurtured between the Mediterranean countries and Europe. Have a look at the situation in the United States. So the US has cooperated with Mexico, and have a look at the Chinese situation. I think that Europe should cooperate with the Mediterranean countries, with Africa. The potential is huge. The human potential is colossal. So I think that we need to have training bridges between Europe, Africa, and the Mediterranean countries. There would be a risk. Mrs. Lagarde talked about that topic. People will migrate. Let us not forget climate change. Let us not forget hydric stress, water stress in Africa. So we need to get a good framework in order to prevent and control and useless migration flows. At the end of the day, in the different countries, we want to achieve full employment, but we want to create value. We want to create growth, and I think that the African continent has everything it takes to do that. If we can train people, if we can prepare people, if we can deliver some training programs, if we can prepare the people to get a job. So we are all looking for growth, but people have talked about degrowth or reduction of growth. But you're right, regarding jobs, regarding public spending, growth is key. Have a look at the situation in airports. I can tell you that I'm really flabbergasted. Some flights are cancelled because of the lack of staff members. So I think that we need to peruse this question, but we need to move away from the European framework. We need to focus on regions. I think that cooperation is key, and all the countries will benefit. Thank you, Tarak Sherif. And Inigo Fernandez de Mesa. So regarding your country, what is the situation like? So what can you tell us?
Thank you very much. My French is very poor, so allow me to speak in English. I think that there has been many topics touched upon before. I mean, the first thing is what is full employment, and I think that we all agree that full employment is when everybody that wants to works. But I think something is changing in our labor market. I mean, and I can tell you about Spain. I mean, we have a 14% unemployment rate, but it's almost impossible to find a driver, to find a waiter, and I don't tell even to find someone who is a specialist on certain jobs, technicians, architects, or whatever. So there is a scarcity of jobs. I mean, before the COVID, we were very concerned about the capacity of the economy to recover all the jobs lost because of the COVID. But the reality is that now, with a very high unemployment rate, there is really a lack of jobs, not only of high-skilled jobs, but also low-skilled jobs. So I think that not only in Spain, but across Europe and across the developed world, something is happening in the labor market that we need to explore and to analyze. And probably it will take some time before we are aware about what's happening. So in my opinion, the case of Spain there, and I think probably it applies to many other countries, there is some issues that are happening, some structural issues that are happening and are affecting the labor market. For example, I mean, we all have aging societies. There are many people who are retiring and are leaving certain jobs in the agriculture, in the fishing sector, in other sectors like transport or mining, which young people doesn't want to work in. And these are vacancies that are there. There is a big mismatch as well, and this is something that probably happens across Europe, between what firms are looking for and what job seeker can offer. And probably we should improve training, we should improve our education better, I mean, matching what firms want and what universities and job trainings offers. And this is probably a very important thing. I mean, we have talked about learning during the whole life. I mean, many jobs that now are on offer will disappear, and there will be new jobs that are not now. And we need probably a long life career and constant learning, and this is something that we should look for. I mean, there are many other reasons that we should improve. Probably the stop of immigration probably has affected as well this lack of certain jobs, and there are a lot of rigidities in the labor market. I mean, in the case of Spain, it's absolutely very, very important to have geographic mobility. And for example, due to the housing problems, this level of mobility is very low, and this is something that should be improved. And the last thing is something that has been mentioned before. I mean, at least in the case of Spain, we have a very generous benefit scheme, which probably need to be redefined in order to be more efficient, so that it does not disincentivize people to active looking for jobs. I mean, and this is extremely important, especially in remote areas and rural areas where the cost of living is cheaper, and for this reason the benefit schemes are more generous. So probably we need, before trying to find the right measures, to understand better what's going on. I mean, some trends are changing, and some change has accelerated because of the COVID. And this is something that we should explore.
Thank you very much, Inigo. Thank you. Alors, merci pour vos...
So thank you for your questions. There are some questions coming in. So, Minister, people talked about structural unemployment, and some people will remain unemployed instead of working, because the welfare system in France is extraordinary, one of the best in Europe. But what can we do in order to urge people to get back to work? First of all, we need to value the revenues from work, but there are some limitations, as Jean-François Copé said. So you have some people who will be exempt from contributions. There are some complementary measures that we voted upon, so people will get 1.6 times the minimum wage. And there are some people who can get the active solidarity income. So in the short term, we will increase the support payments. but the activity bonus should be increased because we don't want to have big gaps between the two. And there's another topic. We need to provide incentives, or we can mete out some sanctions when people don't want to work. We launched a reform, an unemployment reform, and the compensation rules can be applied until November the 1st. We'll have to find the ways and means so that these rules are expanded. But it will be a complex debate. If we backtrack on the unemployment reform, we will lose out in terms of incentives. And second thing, the president made a commitment during the election campaign. So mandatory work in exchange for active solidarity income. So, but reality is different. The active solidarity income is a right, and it is a right that you will get according to your income. This does not change. But once you've got the rights, what about reintegration of people into the labor market? Of course, you have some economic issues. Public spending has to be brought under control. So it is not acceptable that people accept to stay at home in exchange for benefits and employment benefits. So structural unemployment, this is something that we went through for many years, and the political class thought that giving the active solidarity income will enable people to feel dignified, but that's not the case. It's a poverty trap, or we have a responsibility to shoulder. The active solidarity income should be given to people, but for a limited period. So that's why we need to integrate people, and we need to come up with some job offers. And of course, if people don't want to be reintegrated into the labor market, the active solidarity income should be suspended. So we will take that into account. We need to work with the local authorities because they have some remedies in terms of training. We are working with the national employment body, and we need to work with the private companies that could help us in order to find job offers, to get job offers. And for those people who've been aloof of the labor market, these people will be able to get a job back. France Travail. We haven't established all the parameters, but coordination is key, and there should be a single contact person for the job seeker and for the company. So, of course, this will take time. There's a second assumption. I mean, we need to work on the front office. We need to welcome the job seekers, and we need to improve coordination of the public and private stakeholders. So you know exactly what is the most feasible option. So we need to get a single contact point in order to reduce the number of jobless people. Mr. Copé, what do you think of these avenues of actions? I mean, what is your take on that? Is it fast enough? We are trying to be as fast as possible, but these are significant topics. Have a concern. Of course, I hope that my concern will be dispelled, but I think that people will be given some subsidies, but they won't be anything in exchange. But I think that we need to focus on this issue. There are some counterparts to get when people get some subsidies. So the government is eager to get to give subsidies to people, but there's no counterpart. There's nothing in exchange. So you have two blocks, far right and far left. They are very powerful, and they will prevent things from being done. And that's a genuine risk if you consider the situation. And there's a second issue. I think that we need to focus on the different professions and on the different individual situations. When you talk about employment as a global concept, it doesn't dovetail with reality. In some areas, there's a shortage of people. So you have the digital industry. There's a lot to be done, and we know that it's very difficult to recruit people. And the same goes for sustainable development. You have the hotel and the catering industries, and it's very difficult to recruit and hire people, even though these sectors are sectors for the future. So have some misgivings. We're talking about vocational training, we're talking about apprenticeship, but there's something that we tend to forget. At school, some messages should be delivered to young people. What does it mean to work in a post-modern society? And I think that this is not a message that is being delivered. We've been talking about meaning at work. I'm very sensitive to this approach. So the class warfare is over. You don't have the bad employer and the employee who is exploited. But this is not what is at stake. There are some people who will say, why do I do that? And the movement has been started in the US. So we need to reinvent the future. Profit sharing is important. You have to tell employees that you will get a profit sharing scheme, or you will make a career in a company. This is what you're going to learn while working. These are the people that you will be meeting, even though there's a bit of remote working, and it's a different rhetoric. So I think that if you consider the political rhetoric, these messages are not delivered. And at that time, we will continue to give subsidies. And when you are a political leader, you are criticized. And people don't want to get annoyed, and people are very happy with good news, and that's why we can move into a terrible spiral. Elena, you wanted to add something? Just a few words. Allow me to chip in. There's a widespread problem for companies. Companies find it difficult to recruit, and that's the same in Tunisia. And the welfare system in Tunisia is not as developed as in Europe. I'm a specialist in family economy and household economics. With COVID, households were impacted. Something changed in the way people live. So the quest for meaning is key. I think that lots of reforms were adopted. Some companies got subsidies in order to recruit people. Payroll taxes were curtailed for companies. So I think that companies should address the following question. Are these jobs enticing? Are these jobs attractive? I mean, can I do my whole career in this company? But what is important is to make sure that young people are committed to the company. There should be a sense of pride, and I think that the HR people should take into account that work has changed, and that with the new forms of work, the meaning of work has changed. Lots of reforms have been adopted, but we need to think about the links between the companies and the schools. What do young people want? How do we make sure that jobs are enticing for young people? it's not a matter of having a 3-month job. Young people, you're right. I mean, they want to get a job, but they move from one training program to another. So there are lots of problems for young people, but also for senior citizens. I mean, senior citizens, they have to work longer, but when they turn 60, I mean, they are told to leave the company.
So if we talk about end of careers, that's going to be part of the questions of acceptability, the acceptability of the reform of our pension system. Because professional partners say they want to work on this, let's do it. Let's talk about work for seniors and also about difficult work conditions. I'd like to tell Jean-François Copé, after 5 years, I'm not tired, and I'm going to continue with the reforms, and we're determined to apply all of the rules for unemployment insurance is the case, for the pension reform, this is also the case. With a certain number of public partners, I'm thinking of the local authorities, those who can suspend a act of solidarity income when the person is not meeting the criteria anymore. That's part of their competency, so we have to work at all these levels, and we'll also work with our social partners when we revalue the work. So we had to look at how we give new value to the social assistance and also to the to earnings. So there are consequences for different industrial fields, and some figures have come out regularly. The minimum wage has increased by 5.9% in a year, but the employees in general in the different industrial sectors have gone up by 6% in a year because there's been shortage in labor, because there's been inflation. So that leads to this increase in wages in a mechanical way, and beyond the mechanics in a discussion. Many decisions were taken by social partners. The UNEDIC decided to under-index the inflation correction for unemployment insurance, 2.9%, because if we all look at this and work at it together at all levels, the companies, the government, social partners, we can shorten or close the gap between real wages and the subsidies that people receive when they're unemployed. This is going to require collective work and a lot of coordination. So there are hands that are going up. Alain Roumiac, if you'd just like to say something before we take the questions. I wanted to say that a big part of the solution is found in the companies. In each sector, there are companies that are more attractive than others and that manage and recruiting more easily than others, because they have taken on board a certain number of new situations, as you talked about. The idea of quality of life in the workplace accelerated by COVID. I think this trend existed, but it's a real topic in the hotel and restaurant industry, but not only. And what about remote working? So this is it's the meaning that I get from my job and the pride I have working for a company. What is their environmental record? What is their social commitment, societal commitment? What type of governance do they have? So these are topics. If the companies want to be able to attract the talents that they need, they must deal with these issues. Some have started to do so and have fewer problems than others. The last topic concerning companies. There's no point in getting worried about certain topics. We're lacking skills structurally in a certain number of professions. Either they don't exist or you're just going to pay a lot more for them than you would like to. So we have to train, we have to open training up to new populations, and I think that this is a vector for integration. It's easier to go and address the disabled people and people from minorities in these cases. So companies have their responsibility, and we see that there are some who succeed better than others. And so this is the type of work we have to do. Ingo, you wanted to add something?
Very, very quick point, just to change a little bit the gear. I mean, I think what we need in Europe is more entrepreneurship. I mean, and I think that we overpenalize new entrepreneurs in Europe. They are heavily taxated, very heavy taxes for new firms that are created, and probably we are overregulated. And at the end of the day, we have to bear in mind that those who create jobs are entrepreneurs and firms and corporates. And we need to find more efficient taxation to promote that on the one hand, and probably to have a much more efficient expenditure management to allow for a more fiscal friendly for new firms.
Encore un nouveau chantier, hein, Monsieur le Ministre. On va passer aux questions. Oui, alors Monsieur, vous avez le micro, allez-y, ça marche.
Sir, I would like to come back to reaching full employment. Despite the heat, we could be more ambitious and try to reach quality full employment, not just satisfy ourselves with quantitative indicators, whether you have a job or not. No, you want a stable job that's well paid and recognized. And I think we need to raise the bar. We need to be more demanding. And there is also an urgency for this. We're not that close to full employment today from this good quality full employment. And Mr. Copé, I agree with you. You are right to say, let's watch the destination of public money. You had billions and billions that were given to companies without a lot of conditions and without many results. And it would have been better to have stricter control of this financing. Now, as a solution, perhaps we could address debates that have been forbidden until now. In the sectors with the labor shortages, these are public services. Let's employ. There are considerable sources of labor to satisfy the needs of the public services today. And I also agree with the minister. I heard him say work more collectively. That doesn't mean individually, and it means sharing work. Is an insulting word today? It seems to me that, and we know that for problems of financing, we can solve these problems. We have enough money that was attributed in an unconditional way to companies, and we also have the passive money from unemployment. And I think that we could reach high-quality full employment in an urgent manner, especially miracle growth is not here. We know that productivity is not that low, and strong growth is forbidden for environmental reasons. Thank you for your comment. It wasn't really a question. I just wanted to say to Mr. Copé, we are the same age, and for 30 years now you've been saying that there are people who are unemployed who are pulling too much from the Social Security. People want to buy homes, get married, have children like you, like me, and I think that the active solidarity income does not allow people to emancipate themselves. It's just a few €100 a month. It's disastrous. And another word for Mr. Dussopt, I really appreciated your message. I would like you to rearm certain services like occupational doctors, labor inspectors. These things have disappeared, and I don't know why. It's very useful. So let's bring back some of the measures that existed in the past and that will facilitate full employment. Thank you for your comments. Jean-Luc Mélenchon, if you hear us. Thank you. I'm not going to debate with you. I just have two questions. Full employment is also learning that leads to employment. The government succeeded with apprenticeship, and today I'm the president of two schools, one business school, one engineering school, and France Compétences has billions of euros of deficits, and we're going to have less financing. For the next school year, we're going to bring down apprenticeship because we don't think we'll have enough students for this apprenticeship program. Now, for the full employment balance, quality of life in the workplace, quality of jobs, and quality of pay. No problem for employers to increase wages if we can increase productivity. We were often told that we increased wages without increasing productivity, and we have to bring social charges down. It's the President of the Republic took a commitment in this direction. I'm the chair of the AGS, the organization that guarantees salaries. We see that a lot of companies are going out of business. We're going to be paying 20% more this year in terms of our contributions, and we're going to have to pay 1 billion euros this year to support wages. So this is a good social driver. Minister will work alongside you because we see that there are a lot of companies that are going under. It's a fully it's a system that doesn't cost anything to the state or the employees. It's just based on the social charges for employers of 0.15%, and we will support you in the work that you're doing on this topic. Another question?
Dis rapidement, parce qu'il ne reste plus beaucoup de temps, malheureusement.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for the quality of your presentations, but I have a question for the minister and for our professor. After the Industrial Revolution, the machines replaced muscles, and now algorithms are replacing our brains. There are algorithms like machine learning and deep learning that can teach themselves, learn themselves, and in the long term, instead of full employment, will we not have zero employment? Could we see that in certain professions today for journalists and traders soon? The challenges of new technologies that destroy jobs is a topic that has been addressed the conclusion is that technological progress will not prevent us from working in the future. It is true that we have to track things that are going on. Remote working was a challenge in certain European countries like Romania, where people didn't have computers at home. It was very complicated for them. But in a country like France, even the most elderly have some training on IT, on computers. I see that robots we're seeing some in supermarkets, but I don't think that it's really putting the future labor market at risk. Minister, did you want to add something? And then we're going to have to conclude. We might have time for one last question. I just wanted to agree with my colleague beside me. I don't believe in a society without labor, that labor changes with technology, yes, but I don't believe in a society without work. It's a factor for emancipation and dignity. I think that it's fully anchored. I can't even imagine for a single second that we would not have jobs. So I don't know how we'll work, but we will work. And for Christian, the GES is a very good system. There is an increase in the number of company failures compared with last year and compared with 2020, but we all know that the failure rate in the last 2 years was very low because the protection systems that we set up collectively avoided that companies went under, even companies that should have gone under and escaped for a year or two because they were getting a lot of public support. For apprenticeship, I share your opinion. France Compétences is a great machine. It's a quantitative success. We want 1 million apprentices. We have to make some adjustments. And as Jean-François Copé said, I'm still a minister in a budget in my head. This is a machine that's a good machine, but it won't go very far. We have to make some adjustments with the support of a lot of our social partners in the MIDEF to find margins. We can find margin without challenging apprenticeship programs. We're really at the end, so just a very quick question. I wanted to come back onto what was said earlier in the debate. We talked a lot about the main themes around employment, how to reach full employment, which was the topic of this session, and then about the meaning of work. But I wanted to go back even further, and the transition, it was obvious. But today, when many countries are talking about universal income, and we're dealing with environmental topics and the destruction of work, I don't wish for any of this, but why actively encourage people by hardening, as you said in your third measure, the integration and by professionalizing teaching when we see that there are real shortcomings in primary and secondary schools right now? Why do you want to why is reaching full employment still a key objective that is still at the core of all government discussions? So just a quick word to conclude. To produce, quite simply. Maybe this is a disagreement that we will have, but we're not in degrowth and we're not against progress. We want to produce, and we consider that by reestablishing our public accounts, by consolidating and our social programs, this requires production with a simple principle. In order to redistribute wealth, we have to produce wealth. Why focus on the professional when we have theoretical needs? One does not stand in the way of the other. Both professional and academic training are important. I've been in politics for 20 years. I left the Socialist Party because of universal income. I don't think that it's something that can work. I want people to become autonomous, to emancipate themselves, and work, and the money that we earn from work is the best tool for emancipation. So produce and emancipate. So that was a very quick answer. And that will be our conclusion. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Bonjour.
Hi, everyone. For this session, it's about training, innovating, entrepreneurship. It's quite hot. And thank you for being with us this afternoon. The objective of this session is to focus on the world transformations. How can we manage them, to train, to innovate, to undertake? So it's a circle. We need to train people so that they can work in companies. We need to embark upon technological innovation. People should be trained on innovation. So this topic is at the heart of a changing world that is transforming itself. I'm delighted to have all of these panelists. Before I hand over the floor to the different panelists, I will tell you that I'm working in the US, in charge of training, innovating. So it's a kind of ecosystem that works well. And it was a production method that was used in Switzerland and in other countries. Training, innovating, undertaking. So in my university, there's a high number of teachers. There are some subsidies for school fees. The company or the university produces copyrights. So there's a campus with lots of companies developing some technologies that are engineered by the engineers, and there are some students who are trained on these technologies. So this is the tip of the iceberg, but it works well. This is an approach that works well, and France should work along the lines of this ecosystem, because in France we don't have this ecosystem. So this ecosystem is not developed in France because decision makers are a bit ignorant, and we don't have such an ecosystem in France. And higher education issues are very often sidelined, and that's a pity. We're under the impression that the United States is different, but Switzerland did it. I mean, BFL, the Polytechnic School of Lausanne, I mean, they started from scratch, and the school is at the cutting edge of training international elites, and they created lots of companies on the campus. So it's possible to have the same ecosystems in France. I just wanted to lay the groundwork and talk about my experience. But now I think that we should give a floor to Navi Raju, is familiar with the Silicon Valley and the English universities, Indian universities. He will explain to us about this circle. So training, innovating, undertaking. Hi everyone, I spent 13 years at Silicon Valley, then I worked 3 years at Cambridge University in the UK, and I've been studying the innovation ecosystem in India. So I have 4 minutes ahead. I will be talking about the different ecosystems. I will describe the power, the firepower of each ecosystem, and I will identify some unique idiosyncrasies of these ecosystems. And then in the second part, there will be a Q&A session. So Silicon Valley is based next to the Stanford University, founded by an entrepreneur, 1885, Stanford, Mr. Stanford. From the very beginning, this university was imbued with an entrepreneurial spirit. It is called the entrepreneurial spirit, l'université entrepreneuriale, training entrepreneurs, but there's a specific DNA, entrepreneurship-driven DNA. Then in the 1940s, Frederick Terman, a professor, created the Silicon Valley. He was a teacher, a professor at Stanford. He was the father of the Silicon Valley because he encouraged students and teachers to create their own companies, and it was a revolution. So he created one of the first labor pool, the first industrial park, and the rest is history. So I will pinpoint the unique specific features of Silicon Valley. So it's a place, it's an ecosystem whereby innovation and entrepreneurship are intertwined. And those were born from entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship didn't come after. State support was significant at that time. In the 40s, in the 50s, in the 60s, there was a funding mechanism. The industry and the military provided some funding, and they invested in the military equipment, and they invested in space equipment. And there was a Cold War with Russia, especially in space. The tech for tech was not the mindset of Silicon Valley. There was another idea, the purpose, contribution to a national destiny. This was the driving force of Silicon Valley, and Silicon Valley has been able to reinvent itself. Silicon Valley never rests on its laurels. Until the 1970s, they specialized in communications and infrastructures when they focused on laptops and computer businesses, and then they branched out to software, and now they are knowledgeable about new technologies. For Cambridge, Cambridge was created 60 years ago with Cambridge Consultants. Cambridge Consultant was a consultancy designed to convert the academic ideas into value creation for the industry. It was a bridge between the academic world and the world of corporate practitioners. Then there was an ecosystem of startups. You have lots of startups. You have 13 unicorns that are based over there. Venture capital investment has increased twofold since 2017. This ecosystem got 1.5 billion worth of pounds. So there are different characteristics in Cambridge. You have a multidisciplinary approach because you have lots of experts, expertise in biotech and electronics and artificial intelligence. When you combine all of these fields, you come up with new disciplines, biocomputing or bioengineering. Second, since the 1920s, Cambridge has given the possibility to professors to keep intellectual property following their inventions. And I will talk about India. For Silicon Valley, it took 80 years to develop itself. So in India, we have 25,000 tech startups, 100 unicorns, and that's quite impressive because if you consider the Indian ecosystem, it moved from softwares to services, something unprecedented. The whole ecosystem starts with hardware, software, and then services, but they moved from the hardware business to the software business. And there's something significant about India. I'm a Franco-Indian. When you are an entrepreneur, it was a taboo a few years ago, but today this is a job that is well valued by society. I will give the floor to Dominique Racino, the president of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Île-de-France region. So what about innovation? What about training? And what about entrepreneurship to train, to innovate, and to drive entrepreneurship? This is our ultimate purpose. This is our DNA, and this is why we work. This is our modus operandi. We have a school. We have the Chamber of Commerce in Paris. It's a public establishment with different employees. So we support corporate creation. We support companies in terms of innovation, but we have an educational segment that plays a key role. And we have another section, congresses and trade fairs. So a school was created. We created the school. The predecessors have been created the school. In 1881, we trained 38,000 young people as part of an initial training program. We train 30,000 people on-the-job training. 17,000 people are trained as part of apprenticeship schemes. It's an hybrid system. It's an important asset as part of our business activities. In addition to that, we have a section called congresses and trade fairs. We need to train, to support, to coach people, and we need to make sure that companies have boost their sales. So we have the we are the third operator of trade fairs and shows, so that companies can show their products and services. This is the ecosystem of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Île-de-France region. So we have 12 schools. HEC was created in 1881. So it's a higher school of economics. I mean, it is said that the situation is great in the US, but in France, the situation is extraordinary. So Mr. Papin, I mean, he created the entrepreneurship section 40 years ago. ESSEC, it's another school within the fold of the Chamber of Commerce. It is the first school in terms of training that has decided to implement apprenticeship back in 1873. So the Chamber of Commerce does innovate with the subsidiaries. So we undertake. Entrepreneurship is part of our DNA. We've been innovating for the past 2 centuries. From time to time, people will say that we are like an old lady. No, not at all. We've transformed ourselves. And this is the theme of the rencontre économique. So we need to transform the world in management, business schools. The Gobelin School was ranked the best movies animation school in the world. It is in France, and it is within the fold of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Paris, Île-de-France. We are the main stakeholder, and we import, we export, or rather, students at an international level. So I said, by way of introduction, that the higher education system in France was lagging behind. But it doesn't really apply to business schools. I mean, there are lots of business schools, I mean, that are performing quite well. Okay, right. Something that I wanted to clarify. 3 entrepreneurs who would like to share their experiences and experiments. So they will explain to us what continuous training is all about, redeployment. How is it possible to innovate in terms of skills? How can people be trained? So, Mr. Vessier, you are at the helm of International SOS. International SOS, it's a company that was founded 30 years ago in Asia, and over the years it's a global company, an international company, and we have secured a foothold in 90 countries with 90,000 employees. Most of them are white collars, doctors, security, safety specialists, or logistics specialists. So lots of people who are well trained. The number one problem is how to entice them, how to attract them. So Unemployment is an issue in France and in the US as well, and across the world, but also in the UK. So it's very difficult, to recruit people in some countries. So we need to attract people. In order to do so, it's important to be equipped with a mission, values. You have to demonstrate that CSR is key. It's a linchpin, especially for people who want to move into the company. And it's important to strike a good balance between your private life and your professional life. So it's important to attract people, and the company needs to rejig its structure, hybrid work. People can work from home, people can work at the office. So it's important, to work on values. And in terms of values, sincerity is key in terms of training. Companies or people joining a company and people who stay in the company, they want to feel that they've made headway. So what are the different steps and stages in order to make sure that people can get a good career path? And how do we make sure that people are personally satisfied? So we have some e-training modules, mentoring, personal sponsorship, personal mentoring. Different offers are being made so that people can study in the MIT school or others. But at the end of the day, innovation should be nurtured because the world is changing at breakneck pace, and I think that the world will speed up. So the business model has to be altered all the time over the past 30 years. We've had 4 different business models. So 30 or 40% of your turnover will be devoted to another business proposal. So this is what we did during COVID. So we had to care for all the workers, not only mobile workers. Moreover, training is key. I created 2 schools in London, a high school and a university. We have to make the most of the systems. You have the Anglo-Saxon system. People will be knowledgeable in English, and teamwork is key. The involvement into the community, and you have a French side, critical mind, skills, and other skills. So when you create this model, France will be on the winning side in the future. Thanks a lot. Alexandre Viros, you are the manager of ADECO. You will be talking about continuous training or on-the-job training. So I will move away from MIT, Cambridge, and I will talk about blue collars. It's important to train blue collars. Blue collars are very often forgotten. The ADECO group, 600,000 people work for ADECO, and we train people to the tune of 140 million euros. So that's very important. Along the lines of what you've said, there are some changes. There are some significant changes from one business sector to another. There will be new emerging sectors. We'll have to find skilled people, productive people, and within the same business, within the same industry, within the same position, people have to beef up their skills, to change their skills. So people will tend to think that training is for the jobs of the future, but I can tell you that today's jobs are being transformed by technological developments. A forklift driver works differently now. For a given position, skills are obsolete after 2 or 3 years. And if I were to make a parallel, a printer was not an augmented printing copyist, but I think that in our country we need to learn to work, and we need to work, but at the same time it's a learning curve. So the second point that I would like to highlight regarding the skills, we tend to think that in our country, in a society where degrees are pivotal, so once you've finished your education, you've been able to tap your skills, and that's over. No, it's a flow of skills that you will acquire and that you will renew all along your life. So we've talked about upskilling, reskilling. It means transforming your skills or acquiring new skills. It's a change of mindset. So our education system, as you've said, was designed taking into account Charles Peggy and Top Gun. So you choose the best in order to come up with an elite unit. You will get the Fields Medal, and the rest is jettisoned. And if you consider the blue collars, we need to focus on vocational training. What is important is to look at apprenticeship. We need to help people, to support people, to accompany people. So you've talked about the Anglo-Saxon world. The soft skills. Soft skills are full-fledged skills, and we can build on them, especially when you are a blue collar. Most of the time, blue collars will think that what is important is the position and not the skills. So we need to spot the soft skills. It's a kind of personal heritage, a personal heritage that you will nurture, that will provide a yield, and you will be able to move from one sector to another. There were some people working on the assembly lines, and we used some methods, and through these methods they were able to do some fiber optics, and they liked doing some minute work. So you can move from one sector to another, from one industry to another. So if we want our country to be innovative, we need technology, but we also need training. And if we want to achieve this objective, we need to consider training not as a cost, but as an investment. I was in charge of digital companies. For me, it was easier to make IT capex instead of training. Of course, we got the tax credit for research, and there should be some tax incentives so that the blue collars embark upon a trajectory of progress. Thanks a lot. We'll be revisiting those topics. Thanks a lot.
Donc, Madame Nela.
So, Leila Benzina, I think you're going to be talking to us about retraining or upskilling throughout your life as an entrepreneur. Thank you. I'm an entrepreneur in data and digital in France and Tunisia. I work in Europe, in Northern Africa. And I've been very active in associations that bring together digital stakeholders, the biggest ones, French Tech, Raison Entreprendre, amongst others, not just in digital, but on other topics. And we made some observations, people who were in the task force. Some of them are here in the room. And we made some observations, and amongst them we saw that there was a huge lack of skills in new technologies regarding topics where there's a huge growth potential, where companies are suffering a huge turnover, a big brain drain, large departure from Africa to Europe, but also from Europe to the US. There are also profiles that exist that have, with a certain skill set that doesn't necessarily correspond to market needs. And we see that the profiles that have already been trained are all positioned, placed, and the companies fight to get this competent staff. And on the other side, we have profiles that could move to this market, but that don't have access. So we believe that in this case, we need to increase the skills pool. We need to fill the bathtub and look for the profiles that are the closest to the market to begin with, by giving them access to these jobs. So we looked at the PhDs in math and physics who were unemployed, unemployed graduates. We trained them on a platform, and we brought them to the labor market. We started with a cohort of 30 people in Tunisia, and they were all hired. They all found jobs. They were unemployed graduates who had at least 2 years of unemployment. So this reskilling, to use this chic term, can really change the life of people. And on the other side, for companies who benefit from well-trained staff, in addition to that, they find people who are motivated and happy to be there and more committed than some of their other employees. So there are several boxes that we're ticking at the same time by working this way. We created the Holberton School, which is a new type of school where teaching innovation is at the center and at the heart of the learning process, based on a platform with the coaches and teachers. It's the school that trains in IT engineering in a very accelerated manner and a pragmatic manner, also based on projects, peer learning also. In the soft skills skill set, we include peer learning. Thanks to peer learning, we can teach people to get prepared for the working world. No one in the working world is going to come and give you information. You need to work together as a team to progress, to learn more quickly, so that teamwork can be as effective as possible. So we teach them this from the benches at school and in their learning process. To conclude, we teach them how to present projects. We teach them to promote and defend the projects that they've worked on, and to project themselves in a career where they're going to have this posture in an organization, so that they can then join companies where they will be ready in terms of soft skills. We've developed a platform to equip educational institutes such as universities, schools, and companies to be able to upskill and reskill their employees. In the challenge of training today, there's lifelong training and training differently. And the topic today is training and innovating. For us, innovation is at the heart of our training process. We include teaching innovation. We train the employees of an organization on a platform so that they have the ability to self-learn. They can do self-correcting exercises. There are also online sessions, virtual classes, to be able in this way learn at their own speed and evolve in the right way and maintain their level on certain topics, which is always in line with market expectations. So we asked ourselves, is innovation important? Some people don't necessarily want to use technologies. Are they that essential? But yes, today, even more so post-COVID, we see that we cannot get by without a minimum of IT knowledge and skills. With digital data, even if we don't become a specialist, nevertheless, you need to have a certain level of knowledge and skills in this field. So using platforms and means that make it possible to acquire this knowledge and these skills in an accelerated, efficient manner is a good idea, in my opinion. To finish in the value chain, we train people who are retrained. We also propose the platform to universities and schools. We didn't have it running during COVID. It started before COVID, but with COVID, we saw a quick growth. But we also position people, and we cover the entire value chain, because at the end of the day, we have people in positions in companies, be they high-tech companies or not. So people who can bring a solution to the labor market. Thank you very much for these inspiring examples. To conclude this first part of the round table, so I'm going to, Thibault Langsad is going to be signing his book later on today, and he's going to talk about employee dividends. We train people so that they continue to be productive in companies, but I think we have to give them more profit sharing in order to generate a collective spirit. Thank you. As the head of a company, my first topic today is to recruit, motivate, and create loyalty. My company has 2,000 employees in different countries, and this is a topic that we deal with daily: recruit, motivate, and create loyalty. When I recruit employees, the first thing they ask is the quality of the project that they'll be working on. So the presentation of a project in the short and medium term, the training they'll have, the quantity of learning that they'll have in their field of expertise with the projects that we organize. If I have the wrong project, I can't recruit them. The second point is the quality of the team. The quality of the project is interesting, but what team am I joining? And number three, we hear the company component. What is the framework promoted by the company? Is it a full remote? Is it on site? What conditions will I be welcomed under? And the new point for us, which is company responsibility, it's local and territorial anchoring, the values of the company. These are topics that even just a few years ago were put on a wall in a meeting room or shared during a Works Council meeting. But now this is something that we have to express dynamically. We talk about pay in the last point. For pay, I want to say that that's criteria number one. If they're not asking for their wage, it's the prerequisite condition to work in the company. So we're in a tense condition. They know what they're worth on the labor market, not less. They can ask for more. The salary is usually not a topic. It's usually the last point we address. That's not quite true, because they know exactly what they're worth. But what is new now, and our message is we want to share value better. For this, we need to innovate. We have pay. And on the sharing of value, when the company can achieve significant results, is the sharing fair? And today, in a new type of capitalism, we have to ask questions to attract these young people. We're the only, in France, where we have major dividends to shareholders paid out that causes a problem. Look at what happens between January and the annual meetings in June. All of the companies that pay out big dividends are systematically attacked. Look what happened at the annual meetings of major companies. Demonstrators put them in the minority on a lot of questions like wages. So a company that needs to innovate, needs to train and support. There was a proposal made by the French president in his campaign, an interesting decision for employee dividends to have a better sharing of value. This sharing of value was embodied by the Général de Gaulle in 1967 on the ordinances on wages, and I think we can go further and modernize this 50 years later. It's our ability, our capacity to attract people into the company. When a company pays dividends, they also have to have profit sharing for employees. This is essential, and it will continue to be essential if we want to recruit people into the company on a basis of better sharing of the value. So I'm going to ask a question now to go around the table again. So there are difficulties in getting people to change positions. It's hard for people to learn and learn new skills. Should the state be doing something, and if yes, what? Not subsidies and financial incentives. It should be something else. But if I call on your creative nature, what's missing? What could work better in terms of incentives for reconversion and constant training? So recruit more professors. In France, we have a very rigid public management of teaching in higher education, and in companies we can have access to talents coming from everywhere. But for universities and secondary school, it's not the same case. This is a problem for different languages, mathematics, science, engineering. We really need to bring in more professors. And we need to differentiate pay scales. Today we pay the gym teacher and the math teacher the same way. I think we need to create strong synergies, tangible synergies between companies, educational institutions, and policymakers, because the speed of innovation and the taking into account of innovation and new ways of working are not the same. You talked about professors. In order to prepare the professors of the future to this new teaching method and learning method, they must be able to work with educational institutions that may have already adopted platforms so that they can see that on the ground their jobs aren't threatened, but they will be able to position themselves as augmented professors, allowing them to focus on what's essential and provide real comfort in the teaching methodology. And at the same time, policymakers must create a favorable environment, bringing together these three entities with common way of working could create a real change in the country. I think this is really essential that we have this type of synergy created. This is something that we do a lot in our schools. We have to have an alliance strategy. Today, it's impossible to succeed alone, to really succeed. And it's always better to set up alliance strategies, and sometimes with competitors on projects. When I talk about an alliance strategy, I could give you some examples. We have an engineering school called Essier, also from the Chamber of Commerce in Lyon. And in the program, we work with the University of Marne-la-Vallée near Paris. This is what allows us to find financing to run innovative projects. This gentleman's on the INSEC supervisory board, and we set up programs together on research and on methods to support the transformations of these programs in schools. And I think we're not going to be able to change everything overnight. There are diplomas. We're a nation of diplomas. We work more now with titles, with training, hybrid training. So we need to tend towards this. I don't think we should be either or, we need to be both .com. I'm not going to talk about taxes anymore. I've already came out of the closet on this topic. I think we need to accelerate the reform of the VAE, the validation of acquired experience. It's a great idea, but it's too often impacted by bureaucracy or even just the time it takes to organize a jury. I'm talking about what I know, but quite distant from MIT and Cambridge. But I think a lot of things can come into play here because we have skills in the workplace, in factories and shops. So when people say past years don't create competency, that's wrong. We have a reservoir. And I think we need to accelerate the reform of this VAE process, the validation of acquired experience. There's an important topic we should address. We have 600,000 to 800,000 jobs open in France. They're jobs with qualifications. Some of the qualification could come from the CFAs, from the training agencies that could work with apprentices in training. This training is delivered by companies. It's at the heart of what companies know, and it leads to immediate employability for the people leaving the training centers. The competition between the schools and the CFAs is no longer the same. A lot of progress has been made, but we need to continue to optimize to guarantee the employability of young people on jobs that are maybe not very attractive, but that pay well and are. Just a few words about English. Even in unqualified labor, speaking English is a real advantage. For instance, in tourism, they're often non-qualified. If you speak English, you can get a job immediately and you can reach the top of the system. In France, we are lacking English skills. It wouldn't be that complicated to catch up. We really need to improve our level of English for employees and students. That is true. We've been talking about this for a long time. I remember my children, when they were in primary school, they were getting English lessons, but it never really took off. So the question on continuous training and apprentices, etc., what is the responsibility of the school? What is the responsibility of the CAE, the Apprentice Training Center? And what is the responsibility of the private sector? Today, through the reform of professional training, a lot of private companies are creating these CFAs, these apprentice training centers. At the Chamber of Commerce, it's in our DNA to train young people. But there's another issue, it's public policy. In public policy, we need to take certain things into account. Today we have France Compétences, where we're lacking a bit of money to begin with. I think we need to fill the coffers, and the President of the Republic announced that there would be a contribution of 2 billion of the 5 billion that are missing. But there's also the problem of co-contracting. In order to train people, young or not so young, the cost price exists, and when the public pays for this investment, an investment in training, if it's not at the cost price, it could be a problem. We've managed to have 700,000 apprenticeship contracts, and during the pandemic, to ensure that we continue to work with these young people arriving on the labor market or who are going to soon join the labor market, this was a real advantage. And this financial support of the government was great. But in future, there's a co-contract that in some big cities, with real estate costs with the cost of teachers and infrastructure, it's not the same in different places. So once again, if we have a single vision, a single path, a single truth, we're going to head straight to failure. There isn't a single truth ever. There are always several truths. And through alliances, through experimentation, this is what you were talking about earlier, Leila. There is experimentation in all big organizations. We need to transform. The right to try, the right to fail leads to creativity, and it helps us meet needs. But you asked the question, what can be done with respect to the public authorities? We have a line that says when you support all the way. We have structures that can be running deficits, and that's just incongruous. I wanted to share two good practices that came out in COVID and that were not very present in the news. The idea of sharing competencies and training, ongoing training. It's what we call the sharing of savoir. During COVID, there were some companies that had underused staff, whilst others needed staff. So the concrete case I mentioned yesterday, Holby Open, the biggest producer of masks in France beside Angers, they needed an industrial site to boost production. In 2020, there was a huge shortage of masks. So the companies in the territory around Angers lent their employees that came from the automotive sector and other sectors. And when they went to work at Colmy Open, they were trained for a few days. So they were trained for free, trained to do something they didn't know how to do, and then they applied their talents to other things. So it's this idea you talked about, the different actors in the ecosystem. Maybe it's up to the companies to work together as a network and share their competencies. This is starting with emerging platforms, the sharing of employees or the sharing of skills. This is developing in the territory. And then I have a second message that I think will develop and be a problem for companies, for recent graduates. In English, we talk a lot about the Renaissance man, people who have a lot of skills. When we put them in a job, they do one single thing, though, and they feel that they have other talents that are being forgotten and never used. What happens then? Deloitte, the consulting, associated itself with a freelance platform called freelancer.com, the biggest worldwide, and they created a type of work market on this platform. I'm a Deloitte consultant. I'm an expert in the automotive industry. But there's another project in England where they needed skills around mathematics, and you see, okay, I've got skills in this field, so I can have a double personality. That's important because in my mind, the employee of the future will try to be multi-purpose. And that's a great way of looking at talent. They'll leave you otherwise. They'll say, I'm very good at what I do, but I can be good in other fields also. We don't really know that ourselves. So having access to the platform, yes, it does help reveal talent. I wanted to say that there's a very interesting initiative that was carried out in Tunisia called ELIF, and it makes it possible to train young technicians in IT to reinforce their training with a lot of soft skills and contacts with the field, with entrepreneurs and companies, to make sure that these people understand what's going on in companies and then become fully operational as soon as the additional training is over. But not only. We've then later added an entrepreneurship brick with an incubator called Zodot that uses the multi-purpose character of our profiles who want to undertake, who want to come up with new things. And we also want to bring them into contact with companies that could recruit them while giving them the possibility of being an entrepreneur later on. So innovation in the way we manage the learner's pathway, the student's pathway, and the second chance that we give them is really vital and will help create loyalty and give a second chance. I'm going to try to conclude. Just a quick word about learning. We've made a lot of progress on learning. Professional education is more linked to companies than it was in the past. And the companies have a responsibility in this upcoming ambition. The ambition of reaching 100% learning. We shouldn't have any high school student or technical school graduate that only has academic training. The reason they switched the professional sector is because they didn't like academic schooling or that they like technical schooling. Be careful about that. I talk a lot to my Swiss and German colleagues who tell me every time 50% of the CEOs in France come from technical training. That's not the case yet in France. The first stage is to make sure that they all have contact with the company. The level will go up, more will become bosses, and little by little, the sector will grow in value. But the aim is to say that we can become a manager by taking the technical or the academic route. So I think we have 30 seconds left. You asked a question, what can the state do? But ourselves as heads of companies, we need to work with these younger generation that thinks differently. So we also have to be in a learning system in companies. It's not always up to the state to do something. That's a great conclusion. So it's up to civil society and not the state. I like that conclusion. Thank you for coming and having shared your ideas. And thank you to everyone in the room.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Merci.
Hello, everyone. Would you mind taking a seat so that we can start our session number 14? You know the theme, to produce in a world of scarce resources. So we will organize the session in a traditional way. First, an introduction by Philippe Chalmin, a professor of economics history at Paris Dauphine University and the coordinator of the Cyclope book. Philippe will outline the ins and outs of our debates. Christelle Bory, CEO of Eramet, Mrs. Makoma Lekalakala, the head of Earth Life Africa, an NGO, and she won't be with us in person, but she will be with us remotely. Then Jean-Philippe Puig, the CEO of Avril, a agri-food group, Patrick Bléton, executive president of the Assur Group, a major water company, and then Wei Zhang, a Chinese economist, a professor, National School of Development, the Chinese Friedrich von Hayek. Philippe, you're the Friedrich von Hayek from France. So, go ahead. Thanks a lot. The time of finite word is starting. We've used this famous quote written by Paul Valéry in the 1930s. Of course, it was not about natural resources, but at that time, the terra incognita on the planet had vanished into thin air. But more recently, we used against this quote in the 1970s the Stop to Growth motto by the Club of Rome. At the end of 20th century, there won't be any mining resources, that there will be a shortage of oil, and that famine will be rampant in many countries. Remember, during the crisis in 2008 and 2012, we took up again this quote from Valéry. Today, you have to consider the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and all these events have been conducive to energy shocks, agricultural markets, on the markets of mining and mines. And those shocks are systemic to a certain extent. Any element in a system has to do with the way it relates to others. This is what is being said in philosophy. So, following the climate crisis and changes to our consumption models, we are facing now an energy crisis, fast-tracking energy transition that's positive. It means that we need extra raw materials having to do with the electrification of our transport modes. Then you have to consider biofuels as well. And all these issues have been conducive to a food crisis. So this is July 2022. Energy prices have skyrocketed. Have a look at the gas prices, coal prices in Europe, the price of power, the price of electricity, and agricultural prices have also soared. The price of fertilizers has increased quite a lot. You have lithium, cobalt, nickel. Christelle Bory will be talking about nickel. So $100,000 a ton of nickel. It was unrealistic. The price has tumbled since then. But nickel is being used for batteries, and there are lots of tensions, and there are other metals to consider. Tin that is being used in the welding industry, in the semiconductor industry, palladium, pallinoid, palladium using in the exhaust pipes, in the catalytic exhaust pipes. There are also lots of tensions in agriculture. You have Ukraine, and in China there's a rise in consumption for crops, and we are talking about a global food crisis, especially in importing countries. In the 1970s, there was a motto, "Stop to growth" in France. A barrel against a bushel. This is what was said in the United States. We haven't yet reached this stage, but we're not too far. Once again, we are talking about themes that we've forgotten: food sovereignty, energy sovereignty, supply of raw materials, and sovereignty in the supply of raw materials. We try to avoid using fossil fuels. People are afraid of collieries, and people are crying foul when we talk about agricultural intensity. So we need to square the circle. Let's have a look at a few elements. Scarce resources, rare resources. Is it true? But when you look at the reserves on the planet, we have to wake up to the fact that scarcity is not really tangible. I will give you an example. The metals being used in the battery, maybe you used a battery-powered bike, so lithium 100,000 tons, and the reserves are estimated at 22 million tons. Cobalt 170,000 tons produced globally. Reserves are lower, but 7.6 million tons. And you have heard about rare earths, 15 metals or so that are being used in some applications. So the global production is about 280,000 tons, and we have 120 million tons worth of reserves. There's a bottleneck, but not on mining resources. There's a bottleneck with the metal capacities, still on iron capacities and reserves. And that's a problem when you want to produce lithium carbonate, when you want to produce rare earths. It will also depend on the different types of usage. What is strategic today won't be strategic in the future. I will provide you with an historic example. Tin was a key metal as part of a second industrial revolution at the end of the 19th century. With a tin, you could produce white iron, and with Mr. Appert, we discovered tin, but tin is less converted into white iron. That's not the case. Half of tin is being used in electronic welding, and tin has boasted very good performances amongst the other non-ferrous metals. So much for the reserves. So we need to produce, and we are discovering something interesting. Time for agro-industry, time for mining is long. It takes 10, 15 years in order to develop a mining project, a greenfield project, an agricultural industrial project, and there are some contingencies. The legal framework might change. There are lots of tensions. There are lots of protests. Serbia and the people from Serbia refused to develop the main capacity for lithium in the world. And Peru, Mongolia were also worried about copper production. Prices are unstable. These are commodities market, and prices are unstable. And nickel, the price was between $3,000 and $100,000 a ton, so it is very difficult to embark upon a project. project that will take 10 or 15 years to materialize, and there are lots of uncertainties on these markets. Of course, you have to consider the outlook. In the 1970s, we said that there are lots of resources at the bottom of the oceans, the polymetallic nodules or modules. So we talk about resources. I focused on fossil fuels, on mining elements, but there are lots of developments in biotechnologies to adapt farming production to climate change. We have to be cautious. We want to green everything, and we will end up in the mine, carbon black. But in fact, time is a rare resource, is a scarce resource, Philippe. So 1 minute left. Okay, right. So allow me to talk about circular economy. Circular economy plays a vital role. It's a tangible trend. Lead mining production is 4.6 million tons. The production of refined lead is 12.9 million. Two-thirds of your lead is being produced by the circular economy. It is being reused. For copper, it is less significant. We can recycle 70% of our paper. In the future, we'll be able to recycle electric batteries. It will be more complex with other metals. This begs the question of price instability of raw materials and secondary materials in the agricultural field. Mr. Jean-Philippe Puig will be talking about that. It's a matter of recovering biomass from forest household waste. By way of conclusion, by the end of the 21st century, the Stop to Growth movement would have told us you will lack everything. At the end of the 21st century, the resources will be scarce, but we would have made the most of this century to manage the transitions. I will quote Apollinaire, who died 1 century ago. He died from Spanish flu. Be careful with COVID. So the twilight will not conquer the dawn, and let us be surprised in the evening, but let us enjoy dawns and the morning. So thank you for talking about Apollinaire, Valérie, lithium, and cans and tins. So Christelle Bory, you are the CEO of Eramet. So what about rare resources and scarce resources? How can they be tapped and managed? I think that resources will be increasingly scarce because they are very difficult to tap. If you have a look at the figures that you've mentioned, there are some reserves, there are resources rather. The reserves can be exploited economically, but there are some resources that can't be economically tapped. And I will be revisiting the question of rates and prices. To produce in a world of scarce resources, we have to think about the production of raw materials and commodities, and the mining industry has a significant role to shoulder. At Eramet, we have a purpose enshrined in our bylaws to become a reference of responsible transformation of the Earth, natural resources, in order to live together, to develop a sense of togetherness. So, of course, responsible transformation should be in sync with the sense of togetherness. Why? With green transition, there should be energy transition, and energy transition that we would like to see. It will be using a lot of metals. We are talking about electric cars. You have a battery representing 40% of the value of the car. So if you want to electrify the economy, you will use a lot of copper. If you want to build a windmill, you will use copper, lots of rare and scarce metals. And if you consider the loading points, the recharging points for cars, you need a lot of metals. So as part of the energy transition, we will need a lot of metals. In terms of energy transition and the use of metals, demand for nickel will increase twofold, demand for cobalt will increase 3 or 4-fold, and demand for lithium will increase 6-fold. These are significant figures. These are huge figures. And for copper, this is a metal that is produced in huge quantities, and the quantity of copper being produced will increase twofold. Metals could be recycled, unlike oil. Oil is burnt and it vanishes into thin air. Metals can be used time and time again, but we need to engineer the recycling technologies on in our regions. We need to keep the secondary materials that will be exported abroad, and especially in China, for refinement purposes. So the surface mining areas, should be kept on our soil, but you need to set off the pump. Of course, you have to consider the battery life, 12 years. A building has a lifespan of 10 years. So the economy will be increasingly electric, but we'll be using primary resources for batteries in 2030. Only 15% of the metals required for the batteries will come from recycling. In Europe, we have some capacity for recycling, so we would need lots of primary materials. How do we tap them? How do we exploit them in a responsible way? There are different modus operandi to do so. And in France, for us, a colliery, a mine is dirty, destroying the environment. It is reminiscent of the novel of Émile Zola, Germinal. But today we can produce responsible mining areas. We have big data that can help us. The geologists were the first data scientists. We have lots of data. We can crunch the data. You can use the wealth of the soil without using too much water, without using too much energy. So biodiversity is key. In Gabon, we opened a field and we used infrared cameras in order to see where the animals were, and we decided to protect 15% of the field in order not to affect and to undermine the animals, and these animals are protected. So we pay attention to water consumption. We are developing water that can be recycled because we don't want to pump into the aquifer. So you have some methods. There are some methods. These methods are developed by Eramet. And there's another key dimension, the societal dimension. We have a duty to operate in host countries. We will go to a country, we will extract natural resources in this country, and we have to make sure that populations can make the most of that situation. There are some people who are working in mines, they are well paid, they can get access to care, they can get access to training, but all the surrounding populations, should benefit from that. So we have developed some alternative economies, growing quinoa. We are building cobblestone plants, and economics shouldn't be linked to the mining industry. So it's a sense of togetherness. This is important. We want to make sure that we extract and we exploit natural resources in an accountable way, in a responsible way. To conclude, allow me to insist on the issue of costs. We've been talking about inflation for quite a long time. So, of course, all this costs quite a lot, especially if you care for the populations, if you are not frugal. So there's a kind of structural inflation that is embedded in our operating procedures. The citizens, will have to accept that, and the regulator will have a role to play. There shouldn't be environmental and societal dumping with some materials moving into Europe produced in bad conditions at a time when it is possible to produce in very good conditions. And we need to innovate in order to continue to develop those methods. So extracting raw materials and commodities in a responsible and accountable way, that's possible, that's indispensable, but the price will be higher, and we need to be aware of all that, all together. Thank you, Christelle. Thank you for your sanguine observations. We will go to South Africa. We will listen to Makoma Lekalakala. She is the head of Earth Life Africa, an NGO. We can see her on the screen. The floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation. I've just listened to the two previous speakers, and at some stage my hair was shaking. We know that the climate crisis, the climate disruption is upon us. And in different countries, in different contexts, people are feeling the negative impacts of climate change differently. In South Africa, in the previous months, we just experienced flooding. This is coming up again, and in the northwest region of South Africa, this is where we have droughts. And further north in Limpopo and in the east, this is where Mozambique and Zimbabwe, where people have had devastating impacts, like experienced devastating impacts of climate change. And so that tells us that business as usual, it's not the way to go. And climate change is actually driving us to do things differently. If we don't do things differently, if we don't do our operations differently, we are on our way to extinction. Already we have seen that there's fewer resources due to our patterns of consumption. We have realized that resources are getting lesser and fewer over time. And in that, our environment and biodiversity is destroyed along the way, resulting in gross human rights violations. I feel that with the lesser resources that we have, and on the other hand, with the notion that we have to continue mining, we have to continue producing, it's somehow imbalanced, because I believe that producing should be in cooperation with nature. That would mean also respecting people's cultures and traditions. And we've had a different situation whereby mining, I think one of the speakers had said that, that there's been resistance by communities to mine in their own areas. Yes, they are respecting their cultures, traditions, and because most of them, their lives, their traditions are connected to nature, so it becomes very difficult for people to allow you to uproot them, to mine in their own ancestral lands where they've got their own heritage sites, where they've got their own sacred sites. So if you really go ahead and do mining or do whatever sort of infrastructure in that infrastructure construction in that particular area, you'd be uprooting people's dignity. And that is one of the issues that when people are saying, please don't touch here, don't touch, because that is what leads to overconsumption, and that's what leads to the disruption of the biodiversity. I'll make an example. I work in an area of Limpopo, that is the northern province of South Africa, in the Vembe region. This region, in the Vembe region, it's one of the richest biodiversity areas in the country, unique in its form. And then we get companies, or a special economic zone has been set there. And this special economic zone is going to be an energy metallurgical special economic zone that would include mining minerals, and also having a coal-fired power station and a coal-fired power plant. And ask yourself, if you really want to mine, in this area, there's more than 100,000 baobab trees, which are extinct and are protected trees in South Africa. There's almost also more than 100,000 of the mopani trees, which give a very nutritious food for the people around the area. There's also a marula trees. Those are like the 3 trees that I can point out that they are in that particular 8,000 hectares. And if these trees are uprooted, there's no any other place in South Africa where they can be replanted or relocated. That means that those trees are going to die. But however, it's not only about the trees, it's also about the traditions of people. It's also about the sacred sites of the people that live or have lived there originally. They've got sacred sites there. They've got graves of their ancestors. There's an ecosystem balance there. Besides, there's a lot of trees. Obviously, there's a lot of animals that feed on there. There's a lot of ants, there's a lot of birds. There's streams of water in that particular area. And if that is destroyed, that means the disruption of the ecosystem around that area, the uprooting of people's dignity. And that is a concern. So when we grow, or we think of economic growth, or we think of growth, or we think of producing, let's also put those issues at the back of our minds, that our production does not have to destroy or disrupt. I agree with the previous speaker when she indicated that we need to rethink how we do things. Yes, on that point, I agree with you that reusing, repurposing, recycling, and reducing, but also refusing anything or any commodity that would contribute or would not be recyclable, would not be reusable, would not be repurposed, but also refuse any item or article that has been produced also by destroying nature and also by violating people's rights. I think for me, when we talk about producing in a world of scarce resources, we also need to say, how do we do this? Do we just want to say we want to produce for the sake of this is what we want to do? It doesn't matter whether it doesn't matter whether we have violated people's rights. Doesn't matter whether we have destroyed people's cultures and traditions. One thing is that I believe that if we are saying we are going to produce in this world of scarce resources,
Sorry
that has got
to interrupt you, Mrs. Lekalala.
with all living beings,
Unfortunately,
and informed by the respect of social and environmental consideration. Because the more we produce, the more we go down and say the more we produce without considering social and environmental leading of the climate disruption, and also leading ourselves, the whole planet, to extinction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Merci à vous. Thank you very much.
So there's this very strong point that you made: recycle, reuse, but also refuse. And there's a clear and strong message there that really enriches our debate. So let me turn to Mr. Puig, who is the head of the Avril group, who's going to talk about the scarcity of resources that he observes. Hello. The question that's asked in this roundtable discussion is how to produce in a world of scarce resources. Europe is really dependent on the energy level and protein levels. The Ukrainian conflict has awoken these dependencies by bringing prices up. And with climate transition, we need to make political choices that are drastic and courageous. Concerning the dependency of France and Europe, Philippe Chademain explained this clearly with the figures, but just a few examples for diesel. It corresponds to half of the fuel consumption in Europe, but diesel is 75% of consumption in France. Europe imports 20% of its diesel consumption. Of this 20%, 40% of that comes from Russia. So that sets the stage for diesel. The second point that I would like to stress is protein. Protein that's necessary to everyone, plant protein that's used for animal nutrition. It's the same observation. Even if France is better supplied than its neighbors, we import just under half of our needs, while Europe imports 2/3 of its needs. So we're aware of these dependencies in a painful way now with the Ukrainian conflict, because as of February 24th, we've been seeing a drastic increase in the price of energy, obviously, but all the farming materials, the price was already high at the end of 2021 because there had been very high demand linked to consumption for agricultural materials. Climate change meant that we had less material worldwide, but the crisis acted as a catalyst. There was a massive increase in prices with 4 simultaneous shocks off the supply. Of course, there was less supply. 30% of the wheat farms are in around the Black Sea. 60% of sunflower export comes from the same zone, so a decrease in supply, a price shock. The prices have gone up, and that's been amplified by financialization of all of the agricultural goods. So we've seen a drastic increase in prices and energy prices. We've had a supply chain problem. All of the products that are coming from the Black Sea are no longer being shipped. There's 20 million tons blocked in Ukraine currently. It's difficult to see how we can get it out now. And then there's also a demand side issue. Even if in agri-food it's quite standard, it doesn't shift overnight. Fear of lacking, so people are making precautionary purchases, and we find shelves that are empty, but that's temporary. We're aware, painfully, that we have dependencies, that there are imbalances, and Philippe mentioned this earlier. The word that comes back after the COVID crisis the most is sovereignty. Everyone wants to work on sovereignty, but we think in order to remedy these imbalances, we don't have the choice. We need to do things at the same time. If I look at energy, we have to develop renewable energies as quickly as possible, as much as possible, and we need nuclear power for farming. We have to develop farming that's respectful of the environment, but it must also be more productive. This is and. In France and Europe, we have a more privileged position. We heard our colleague from Africa. Economic instability comes from the southern countries and the developing countries, those that have neither energy nor raw materials and that have to buy at very high prices today are going to have a lot of problems, and this is going to create political instability globally. What I was saying earlier is that we need to make political choices that are difficult given the current tension. Historically, if we remember previous transitions, they were driven by technological progress, by steam, electricity, digital. And these transitions impose themselves, be they contributed to social progress. Climate transition is completely different. Climate transition must be imposed upon us by politicians. It's a difficult choice. It's a choice that's going to have impacts on the way we live. These difficult decisions have to be made over time in a continuous manner, and it's not what we've seen in the past, which was the first quality of our politicians. So there are real changes that we have to make. The April group realized a few years ago that we were lacking protein. In 1973, there was a blockage of the export of protein from the US, and Europe lacked protein. At the time, Europe was importing 90% of its protein needs from America. The French agricultural world said that's not possible. We need to structure ourselves better, and the group was created to develop oils and proteins in France, in Europe, of course, and with a model that's unique in the world, because the model does not pay out dividends. All the money that's made in the Avril group is put back into the development of protein in France. As a conclusion, we developed canola, rapeseed. We're at 1.5 million hectares presently in France. This is non-GMO protein that's used to feed animals, but it's also green energy because the co-product of rapeseed is energy, so it reduces the energy balance for France. Each time you use biodiesel, you reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 60%. So we must accelerate this movement. We've worked well in the last few years, but it's not enough. We need to go more quickly. We need to go further. The French farming world has decided to develop sunflower seed. We're going from 700,000 acres to 900,000 in the coming years. We're developing new vegetables and plants. In Europe, we're eating more vegetables, so we're starting up a plant in Dieppe, which will be the first in the world to produce protein from rapeseed. To conclude, this is not enough. We need to work on innovation also. Without innovation, we won't go quickly enough, we won't go far enough. We need to improve the seed, phytosanitary products. We need to go the whole way down the chain in terms of innovation. So at Avril, we are here to serve the earth. That is our obligation. It's a commitment on our behalf, and it allows us to act against the three transitions: food, agricultural, and energy, to act to facilitate them. Thank you. So I'm now going to turn to Patrick Bléton, who is the executive president of SOR in the field of water. It's already a scarce resource in many parts of the world. The advantage of water is that we need it in all of our production. We didn't talk a lot about it in the last COP meetings. That wasn't at the center of the debate. I hope it will be at COP 27 and 28. But I'd mostly like to come back to some figures. It's important to have some figures in mind. Water is used 70% for agriculture, 20% for industry, and 10% for domestic usage. Often we focus on the 10% of domestic usage and forgetting the big axis that we have to develop for the future. 50% for farming in France. There are figures that we're not always aware of when we talk about water scarcity. 7,000 liters of water to produce a pair of jeans, 1,500 for a laptop computer, and we were talking about food earlier. To produce a kilo of wheat, we're at 1,500 liters of water to produce wheat worldwide. We talk about the current context with Ukraine. There are different topics there. There's what's going on in Ukraine, the reserves that aren't reaching destination. There's an inflationist topic and speculative issue before Ukraine on raw materials, and this has to be recognized. But with respect to water scarcity is becoming a reality, and it's important for us to be aware of this. I'm not going to be too much of an activist on this topic, but if you look at the map of France today, there's a 10-year evolution that's quite worrisome. 35 French departments at the end of May were under hydric stress, and this is a reality. 1.5 billion people will suffer from problems of access to water in 2030. The statistics are here, show that we need to change our behavior. So 3 ways of changing behavior. One for the world of farming, and this is addresses a cultural change in the world of farming, and also industry in agriculture. So we're tending to create mega cities worldwide. We need to feed these populations in the cities, and there's an important role to play in using digital innovation to help the farming world to use water properly in the necessary quantities and not without any control. Today we know that sometimes the farmers are using the water table and then having a negative impact on local water quality. The next topic is industry. Today, industrial actors are the first ones to move into the water economy and to invest in order to be able to manage the water, and it's very important to work with them. There's an important activity in the world. Thirdly, we need to give access to all countries that don't necessarily have access to water, and there are 2 main topics. There's access, and we saw recently in Asia, there's another topic, the rise of water levels, climate change. So how can we protect Singapore, for example, in the next 20 years with rising water levels? So there's a major change in trends on these topics. Today we're at the Rencontre Économique d'Aix. All of the players are here, and I'm convinced that climate transition and the work done on hydric stress will require the involvement of companies and financing with the emission of the issuing of green bonds with factual KPIs where we commit to water savings. And we need to continue to associate finance today to these scarce resources where we need to commit ourselves. We cannot do this without a real environmental strategy, without environmental results. Thank you. Our last speaker, before we ask Philippe to conclude. So we're going to China, and we'll listen to Mr. Zheng Weiying, who's an economist and a professor.
Being with us, it's quite late in Beijing, so thank you again. The floor is yours for 7 minutes sharp, please.
Okay, thank you. I would like to make following points. My first point is that a scarcity of resources, this is a basic assumption, but it's only half truth. It's true in statics and in short term, but not true in dynamic in long run. History shows that resources are endogenous, changeable, not exogenous, fixed. Particularly, history shows that resources with economic value has been increased rather than decreased, both in quantity and in kind, since the Industrial Revolution. For example, 150 years ago, oil was not resources. Bauxite were not resources. Many natural things were not resources. But today, they are very valuable resources. Since oil become valuable resources, there has been long warned by some people that oil reserve would be soon exhausted. However, fact is that the world crude oil reserve has increased even more recently. Even resources are fixed, productivity of each resources is not. Let me give you an example of China. In the late 1970s, there was a hot debate in China whether Chinese people should change their food structure from traditional grain-dominated food to more balanced between grain and meat, like West people. The opponents argue that given China has a very limited arable land but a large population, Chinese people were unable to afford to eat meat. This argument sounds solid. However, the fact is that per capita pork consumption in China has increased by 200% from 1978 to 2018 without causing any shortage of grain. My second point is that what are resources, how scarce they are, how valuable they are, how much they can produce from each unit of resources, whether a given resources can be substituted for by another, all depends on what kind of knowledges, technologies we have. Innovation is the best way to reduce the scarcity of resources. For example, in 1850, the dominant fuels were wood, but 1900, it was oil. 1950, sorry, that was coal. 1950, it was oil and gas. Future will be, we have diversified fuels. All this happened just because we have had new technology. I particularly like to point one example, like in the 1920s, the fast-growing pine in South America were not usable for making paper. But the improvement in sulfate popping technology during the 1920s made pine usable for pulp making. By middle of 1950, the pine will account for half of the United States' wood pulping capacity. So, in general, I would like to say the less technology created more resources, make resources less scarce. My third point is that innovation is a function of entrepreneur. I do not downplay the role of scientists and inventor, but I emphasize entrepreneurs because entrepreneurs are more important in innovation for two reasons. First, only through commercialization do knowledge and technology benefit ordinary people and the economy. Second is entrepreneurs are better motivated to find new resources and substitute abundant resources for scarce resources by innovation. Insofar as resources concerned, business people, I think, should be thanked, not blamed. Thanks to innovating entrepreneurs, we human beings now have much more resources than before. Thus, I think it's very essential to create an entrepreneur-friendly institutional and policy ecosystem. We must let business people do their business as free as possible. But very unfortunately, I find today there are too many anti-business policy, anti-business law, which really discourage entrepreneurs to do more innovation. We also have anti-business culture worldwide. This is, I think, very, very damaging. my first point is that trade has been one of the most important mechanisms for easing resources constraints. It makes all resources more productive and provides more opportunities to explore new resources. However, trade is embedded in politics, geopolitics. Russian invasion of Ukraine shows that real challenge for our human being, particularly security, is international political conflicts derived from ignorance and ideology, not conflicts of economic interest. So it's very important to establish an international rule of law. It's not easy.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang.
Very hard.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. We're unfortunately running out of time.
Very famous French economist, a politician of the 19th century, is Claude Frederic Bastiat, who said that where goods do not cross frontier,
sorry, but the communication is really bad. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you for on scarcity. Merci, merci à tous. L'heure approche de clôture.
It's time to close our session, Philippe. We're counting on you to be succinct and give us just the essentials. Listening to a Chinese economist making reference to Bastiat, that George Bush Jr. was the only one who was listened to by George Bush. They didn't want candles to compete with the sun. It was interesting. I didn't completely understand, but I was thinking of this quote saying we shouldn't look at yesterday with today's eyes, and we can't imagine the future with today's technologies. Your challenge for the three of you is undeniably that of technology, maybe Mr. Breton less than others, because we'll always need water, even if I hope in particular with biotechnologies that we will be able to limit hydric demand for agriculture. But for the rest, you're living in worlds, and this is very important. Of course, the resources are scarce, but we don't know what the real strategic products will be in future. In future, will you biosource materials and compete with a certain number of metals? Will the batteries still use lithium in future? Will there be a next generation of batteries? This is the uncertainty that we're dealing with. You have scarce resources, but we're in a world of uncertainty. And as Jean-Philippe said, we're marked by instability and so speculation. Don't forget speculation. Speculare in Latin is anticipating, and that's the role of economists. Thank you.